Hello and welcome everybody, how's it going? My name is Alexander, also known as Andrievitz, and today we'll continue on the ongoing playthrough of a game called Grim Dawn on hardcore difficulty with Elite included this time. So my go-to purpose when it comes to Elite difficulty is just, like I was saying, complete it as fast as possible, grabbing out the missing devotion points to finish up the Dying God constellation. I believe it's 4 left, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and I do have to remove one of the knots from the crossroad to put into the proc Hungering Void. As soon as I will be able to do it and unlock the ability to go for ultimate difficulty, I'll go there. I am playing as a Conjurer, combination between Shaman and Occultist with Vitality damage in mind. And when it comes to all the gearing setup at this point, as well as the gear that I have currently on me, I was acquired basically by self-found. Nothing was pre-crafted, pre-prepared until I decided to go with this playthrough. So without further ado, let's get started, and I will explain in the process what I'm also going to be doing on the stream. I am also going to commentate on certain aspects regarding the discussion of certain abilities and whatnot, certain items, what are the drawbacks and advantages when it comes to leveling this character over when it comes to clearing and leveling this character over the Death Knight, what are his strengths, weaknesses, so on and so forth. So for you it will be more interesting to watch, as well as decide for yourself whether or not it's worth it to stick with him or you want to try anybody else. You'll get the how should I put it, first experience from all of this. I believe I was in this cave already. Yeah, the shrine has already been restored, which means I do have to clear the nearby areas and go safely to the next either quest area or NPC, which I have to talk with to complete yet even more quests. I need to also say several important things. First of all, I am using a template for this character, which just is going to highlight how my character is going to look like at level 100, what type of gear, items and skill setup allocation he is going to have. Plus, I do post this template later on video description in Twitch video on demand and on my YouTube channel video description, so for you to get a better understanding of how things will unravel late game, you can just click on it and see it for yourself how this particular character is going to be looking like. Also, I am utilizing a mod called Grim Internals, which allows me to also pick up the blueprints, lore notes, as well as highlight my character's HP bar plus monster's HP bar. Additionally, it has a function to highlight the debuffs, the icon of debuffs on my opponents. That's especially useful against elite bosses, because of the fact that I do need to keep track of the debuff uptime and when it's going to run out, so to recast it as soon as possible. I am going to talk about how this character plays a bit later, but the aspect of you keeping track of certain resistance reduction abilities as well as defense diminishing abilities is very important in my opinion if you want to play as effectively as possible without having to suffer through some drawbacks. And also this mod is showing me the exact numbers that my character is receiving when it comes to monsters from damage, and what I am particularly weak against, what type of damage I am particularly weak against. This is the sole purpose of why I am utilizing this mod actually, not because of auto pickup functions, this just comes as a bonus, but because I do need to figure out on the fly what and how I can boost my defense up as effectively as possible, and preferably without losing some other like drawbacks, some other parameters in the process. Yeah, I had already cleared them the previous stream, but just wanted to double check whether or not additional elites will spawn or they will just remain as they were. Only 2 of them. It looks like initial assumption was the right one. They will just remain as 2. One thing that I find quite interesting about this character is that at this stage of the game I am getting a good hang of how this character is actually how you're supposed to control and play this character, move through battlefields, as well as apply hit and run techniques, controlling monsters at the same time, healing from them. All of those factors you have to take into account when you is going to make a decision of playing this character over the others, because this character, despite having some of the despite having several advantages over the others, such as healing aspect, controlling aspect, he is definitely not your best beginner-friendly type of character, if you ask me. It's a subjective opinion, but still. There are characters that are way tankier than this guy, that also allow you to make many more mistakes than this one. Plus, they require from your part to have less microcontrol skills, plus macrocontrol, map awareness and whatnot, so... But that's not to say that I'm discouraging you from trying this character out, I'm just telling you upfront what are his general strengths and weaknesses are. So for you to be more prepared for the challenges that are waiting you when you are trying to level this archetype of a character. And while I am at this topic, I should start to explain a bit further of how this character, or just in general how those squishy archetypes character are supposed to be played with. You're supposed to always strike from a distance and do the well, majority of the time there will be cases of you getting surrounded and whatnot, but how are you avoiding certain situations? How are you going into the battle? What are you doing in the battle itself? This is also important in my opinion, no matter what type of caster you are playing, let alone the squishy type, which is this character that I am controlling right now. And how well are you maneuvering through the landscape, through your dungeons and whatnot, is actually, as well as controlling monsters, is going to determine whether or not you're going to have fun and success with this when playing this this guy over the other or any other caster, or you might just ditch him completely and try and go for more tanky, durable, and more forgiving character as a whole. With that said, I should start like explaining the advantages of this character and then speak mostly about his playstyle, my playstyle that I'm utilizing, what I am doing in a certain, what I'm doing in a battle sequence, how I am controlling monsters and whatnot. So all of this stuff. So let's start with advantages. So one of the advantage that this character has is actually his great strength over all of the others, I would assume, is his healing capability. Basically, whenever you are casting one skill or the other, and yes, you are utilizing all of your panel, do not look at all of this skill arsenal and thinking, oh, like, this guy probably might utilize just like 1 or 2 skills and the rest of them is just for show. No, it's actually on the contrary, you do have to use all of your abilities to get your maximum efficiency. With this, when playing as a Conjurer or similar class to him that has a lot of abilities on his toolbar, that's one thing. The other thing is that, like, using them all in the combination with one another, it's going to grant you the outstanding healing, debuffing, controlling abilities all at once, practically. You can survive even in the most dire situation by doing a proper handling of this character. I mean, literally on the previous stream, when I had cleared the Tomb of Morganed, right there at the Death Room, I was getting surrounded twice by several elites plus heavy-hitting monsters, and I was getting petrified as well in the process of me getting surrounded, so you can imagine that I was preparing to quote-unquote say goodbye to this character, but luckily I preemptively had casted some of my skills on monsters, some of my debuffs, totems and whatnot, and all of this preemptive work allowed me to withstand as well as heal from some critical attacks, some heavy-hitting blows. And I had managed to persevere and clear the Death Room as well as the whole Tomb of Heretic from start to finish. This is his first advantage. The second advantage that this character has is, like I was saying, the amazing crowd control capabilities, because every skill that you are casting from your panel has a good area of effect, as well as it either reduces monster movement speed or offensive ability, as well as their defensive parameters to your type of damage. In my case, it's a vitality damage. When it comes to clearing the big groups of monsters, this character doesn't have any problem with this. I do assume that this is actually his speciality, his strength as well. I mean, clearing the big hordes of monsters. The other advantage that this character is having over the others is actually the one that you're seeing right now. The longer the fight goes, the more damage you will going to be able to do, no matter to whom, whether it be Nemesis boss, regular monsters, act bosses and whatnot, because initially you only can put like 2 totems and casting your abilities, which several of them in my panel has also the active constellation procs that activates additional damage from it. But more time you're going to cast more of your corrupted storm totems, which can be casted, I believe, maximum up to 3. And all of them has a very high attack speed, or casting speed, it's better to say than attack speed. As well as the more you cast of those totems, the more chance you have to proc the Twin Fangs constellation, which is directly attached to this ability. That allows you, whenever it is created, to heal certain portions of your life back from monsters. It's called attack damage conversion to life in this game, to be specific in terminology. So, short version, once again, the longer the fight goes, the more advantage you will going to receive rather than monsters, as well as outstanding healing capabilities in a prolonged fight, even if you are forced to fight in a most dire circumstances. Yes, it has a weakness in its own, that it is attached to those preemptive setup and just in general the character that requires a setup, meaning that if you need to reposition your character to any other area, then by just moving around from your totems, which have limited range, limited attack range, you'll lose quite a big chunk of your damage as well as healing in the process. So whenever you are forced to switch places, switch your battleground position and whatnot, keep in mind this aspect. Do not be surprised that suddenly your damage dropped by a ton, even though you were thinking like, I had prepared my totem, I had casted the spells, when I'm moving from totems, I am losing such high numbers of my damage. With that said, whenever in a majority of cases, before I am engaging in any fight when playing this character, I am trying to cast the crowd control ability first, which is Curse of Frailty. This skill, it will not only act as a movement speed reduction, it will also grant me the defense parameter, the diminishing of my foe's defensive parameters, which comes from the help of the vulnerability aspect, which reduces, I believe, to up to 30% vitality resistance, the type of damage that I'm using, vitality damage. Additionally, because this has a... Well, first and foremost, you can spam this ability. As you see, it has no cooldown, meaning that you can practically control whole screen whenever you are fighting a vast hordes of monsters. Several clicks of your abilities will allow you to get a debuff on all of them. No matter, like I was saying, whether it's a boss, a regular foe, an elite, you get the general idea behind it. You also have to consider the fact that this ability has a high uptime, meaning that the debuff lasts quite long. I believe it lasts for 12 seconds. Which makes this ability, or any other with the same high uptime effect, a very good candidate for you to attach to it your active constellation proc, which in my case it's a Wendigo mark that, when active, grants me flat vitality damage to monsters. Flat basically is other words of saying direct. Additionally, it grants me more attack damage conversion to life. So this is the skill that I'm using in the 99% of the time. The exception would be if I am encountering if I had spotted the elite or boss in a boss room, and I do need some time to prepare my totem setup, then instead of going for my Curse of Frailty, I'm using the setup. I'm using the totems instead. Once again, it only works as an exception from a rule. Like 90%, 99% of my cases, I was and am using Curse of Frailty before casting my totems. Right after Curse of Frailty has been casted, I just go straight for the totems to create healing, to create damage source, one of the damage source. This character is actually, well, as a short remark, to get the maximum amount of damage as possible, you'll need to use your abilities in combination with one another. You cannot just rely on one or two of them and utilize others just for bosses. No, you need to be able to cast them together, so to speak. With that said, after casting the totems, like once again Curse and then totems, I am usually going straight for the Bloody Pox effect, as well as Devouring Swarm. What does those two abilities do? Well, first of all, Bloody Pox, it's a unique thing about this ability is that it requires a solid second before the debuff or disease needs to take an effect on either a singular target or on several targets. The other thing that you should be mindful of is that, once again, it's another ability that has a high uptime of this debuff, so that means that in my example, I had attached to it the Race of the Dead ability from Revenant Constellation. It's those skeletons which you can see from time to time. They are capable of shredding through enemies' resistances, as well as lowering their movement speed. But the other unique thing that I had found out even when I was playing as a Death Knight is that whenever you are fighting a bigger foe, like let's say a bigger monster with a low movement speed, and you have summoned would be the better word to put it, several skeletons, those skellies are capable of blocking the movement speed of those bigger monsters by quite a lot actually, which in return forces those monsters to roam around those skeletons and not even attack your character, which grants you like several seconds of just wailing around on your opponents without receiving any potential retaliation damage in return. And additionally, with the help of this ability called Wasting, that reduces the offensive ability of my foes, I am capable of surviving a bit longer in a point blank range, or just being able to soak several more hits from monsters, whether it be melee hits, range hits, magical hits, because reduction of offensive ability by default means that every source of damage that monsters are having is going to be diminished for a certain number. It works the same as with the defensive ability. Whenever yours or monster's defensive ability is being reduced, you will take damage from every possible source in this game, whether it be elemental, physical, pierce. Well, you get the idea. And like I was saying, it also spreads. This ability, Bloody Pox, has a good spreading effect, meaning that it's another good choice if your goal is to seek out a good AoE ability. This is one of your go-to skills if you're playing to play either this character, or if you plan to go with the other choice, but you want to utilize vitality damage with an occultist as your supportive class. So this is when it comes to Bloody Pox. The next ability that I will talk about is actually Devouring Swarm. Devouring Swarm is the ability that I was leveling with initially. I mean, I had tried to level with the cultist, it hasn't worked, so I decided to go with the Shaman's totems. I had leveled with Devouring Swarm later on with Wendigo Totem, as well as Storm Totem, Corrupted Storm. This is actually one of the better examples of me just preparing my setup and annihilating even the tough, heavy-hitting monsters by practically standing closer to them on one place. Well, you get the idea. When your setup is prepared, I believe nothing will... well, almost nothing. You cannot be 100% sure, but almost nothing will be able to kill your character. At least on lower difficulties. I do not know how things will unravel on later ones, but on first difficulty and on the second one, I actually think that when you have the majority of your setup up and going, you shouldn't have any problems of going through the content of this game. I'm talking mostly about the campaign. I'm not... let's make this a big remark. I'm not talking about like killing super bosses, secret bosses, going through the Crucible or higher Shattered Realm. No, I'm just talking about clearing through all of the difficulties of your campaign. Like normal, elite, and ultimate. Clearing the roguelike dungeons, visiting the optional areas. Once again, not secret bosses, optional do mean like hidden path, those roguelike dungeons that I mentioned, and so on and so forth. Because this is an important remark to make. Quite high amounts of people are considering that if your character is not capable of clearing the high Shattered Realm stuff, as well as meeting a certain time threshold when it comes to Crucible on 170, I believe, with the Gladiator, then by default this character is bad and not worth to play, and you should always go like search for the best instead of going for the mediocre characters. I actually strongly disagree with this statement. I think that first and foremost every player in this game has to decide for himself what his goals are, and only from this and only after he decides like what is he trying to achieve when playing this game, what is his purpose of either he's going to go through the campaign or he's aimed at Shattered Realm or Crucible. Only after then he needs to decide what character is he going to play. I do not agree with those who advises even new players to play as a characters whose strengths are based purely upon how well he performs on Shattered Realm or on the Crucible. Because most of beginner players do not even know what the hell those mods are, what are you going to do with them, what you're supposed to... how should I put it? What you're supposed to be looking for there, what are strengths and weaknesses of certain archetypes and whatnot. I was, and I am actually one of those. I do not care at this point at all about the Crucible or Shattered Realm. I believe the strength of this game lies in the campaign, mostly going through the all of the 3 difficulties, as well as clearing out the optional stuff. But let's not. This is not words that are going to make or break your decision. Perhaps you are wish to only delve into the endgame stuff and you do not care about the campaign, so I completely understand you. But please do reserve from passing your, like, influencing other people who are not trying to go for this sort of stuff. Because recommending them to try a certain character based upon how well he is able to operate in Shattered Realm and on Crucible is nonsense, in my opinion. Unless the viewer or this person specifically mentions those aspects. It's actually, well, I do not want to drop any name, but it's the stream that I had watched yesterday, and one of the streamers, when I decided to start a discussion with chat and with him, he specifically mentioned, oh, there is a established parameter of all of the archetypes for characters, how well he performs in Shattered Realm stuff and in Crucible on high level numbers, so only this makes our character great or not. And I was completely, like, astonished by this statement. I mean, what if the person does not even care about this game modes? What if certain archetypes only works there and require high amounts of gear? Why are you even recommending this aspect? It baffles my mind to even think about this. But I deviated from the topic. Let's turn back on track and keep discussing the Conjurer as well as the gameplay style with this time Devouring Swarm. So, Devouring Swarm, this is a good ability because it once again reduces the vitality resistance by 60%. Additionally, it can pass through enemies, which can apply your debuff to multiple targets at the same time without even thinking of it that much. As a bonus, you will also get an additional attack damage conversion to life whenever you had applied this ability on your foes. And this becomes already as a habit of me, constantly reminding it this ability as well has a high uptime, and I decided to attach to it Whale of Rotash, which reduces the resistance reduction of enemies to vitality damage I'm mostly interested in, as well as it adds a flat vitality damage with a 4-second duration. Ether damage, it's nice, but I do not specialize this character in ether damage. Alright, let's put this point here. So all in all, as you can see, all of this setup deals damage to my enemies or heals my character at the same time, or both, plus it controls them in a certain way, or reduce their attack as well as their defense. This is why I strongly emphasize the aspect of you applying all of those abilities in certain order, as well as utilizing all of them if you want to get the maximum efficiency during your battle, or just in general clearing out the campaign as well as bosses and regular foes. And strong emphasis on the word in a certain order. You cannot just, as you can see, or probably might have witnessed or spotted, it's the better way to put it, I do apply them in a certain fashion. I am not just going ham on my keyboard like this. As you can see, this will not make any sense for you to do this. You do need to get used to doing them in certain sequence. The other ability, which as you can see has a green color on it, and it displays the drop of water, or in this case it's blood of Dreek, but nonetheless blood of Dreek. This adds a passive health regen to my character, as well as a lot of offensive ability, extra offensive ability. It's the parameter that I'm currently lacking. As you can see, I have 1700 defensive and only 1580 offensive. That's with the blood active. Additionally, as soon as I will go for the aspect of Guardian, it will add physical resistance, one aspect that this character is lacking of, plus the resistance towards poison and acid, which will help me play around my defensive parameters later on and manipulate them for a fresh start. Yes, the thing is that all of your gear that you are going to be acquiring with this character can be viable even from the beginning until ultimate mode. You cannot go wrong with this character, even if you're going to do a fresh start. There are some drawbacks, which I had explained previously, like having low physical resistance, as well as you need to be able to control him well enough in a battle. I mean, if you are going to get used to playing around your setup, yeah, sure. So let's start how this build works and this particular playstyle. I will tell you up front, first and foremost, about his weaknesses, then I will go for the advantages of you or any other person who is going to create this character over the others. So let's start with disadvantages that he is having over other characters. One disadvantage that I had spotted is that he has a low physical resistance, which means that you will practically need to play as careful as possible when it comes to avoiding a lot of melee attacks. Strong emphasis on melee attacks, because those attacks deals a lot of damage to this particular character. The other weakness is that this character is having over the others is his low damage absorption. Damage absorption, do not confuse it with the general defense. Damage absorption allows you to mitigate or reduce. No, it's not a pet build whatsoever. Those skeletons that you are seeing, they are actually an active proc from a constellation called Revenant, and this constellation can be useful even for those who are not utilizing a pet build, or even goes for physical damage. So this is not a build that's going to rely on pets. This is purely your spell build with vitality damage in mind. So where was I? Oh yes, the damage absorption, excuse me. This character has low damage absorption, which will going to be crucial later, once the damage numbers that you're going to receive will become even higher from monsters. And what does this mean? This means that if you are fighting, like, let's say later on, a heavy-hitting boss, or in general heavy-hitting elites, you cannot allow yourself to just... If your setup is not prepared, if your totem setup is not prepared, if you haven't debuffed them, and having utilized your healing abilities in advance, you cannot allow yourself to just stand there and take multiple hits from them, because this will most definitely mean that you're going to see vitality damage. I do mean a certain type of damage which can be utilized with both dots as well as flat damage, means direct damage. As you can see, let me show it to you. On my items it says vitality damage, vitality decay, as well as on my devotions. Let's start with bad. Vitality damage, vitality decay, vitality damage, vitality decay. You can type, if you are a bit confused about what I mean in terms of types of damage and what constellations you might going to use, you can just type in this search bar vitality damage, and it will highlight with the red knots all of those things that you can utilize as a vitality damage. This build sustains itself throughout the combination of your abilities that is going to actively heal you. Remind you, not passively heal you in battle, but actively. What I mean by actively, you need to first activate them. Yes, forgive me for repeating that, to get the effect, to get the healing effect. This is his great strength. I am going slowly towards his advantages, meaning that this character is, in my opinion, has the best healing or the best active healing from them all. He will be, if your setup is up and going and working, meaning if you had applied your dots, your debuffs, if you had stacked your totems up, almost nothing can kill you. There was an instance when that happened on previous stream, an example, when I was going through the roguelike dungeon called Tomb of Heretic in Forgotten Gods, and I was surrounded by several elites as well as heavy-hitting monsters at the same time, and I was getting petrified. Well, if you know, petrified turns you into the stone and you cannot move or do anything. But luckily, well, the thought that went into my mind in that instance that I'm going to die. Luckily, I was able to cast beforehand these totems, well, several of them, more than 2, there were 3, I believe, as well as debuff monsters with my Bloody Pox, Curse of Frailty, Devouring Swarm, and activate my Constellation procs. This allows me to regenerate all of my missing HP from practically from closer to this threshold, closer to death, up until the full threshold in like 1 or 2 seconds. This is the thing that I was genuinely surprised by. I underestimated his healing capabilities, and this aspect is definitely going to save your life in even in the most dire situations. Once again, as long as you is capable of controlling this character and playing around his setup. I am constantly telling you to play around his setup. What do I mean by it? You cannot just go into the fray or head first into battle. You do need to debuff monsters first. And first class to start with is going to be the Shaman class, and you're going to be leveling with the Devouring Swarm for the up until the point where you will unlock Wendigo Totem. As soon as you unlock Wendigo Totem, you're going to go for the Blood Pact, Storm Totem, as well as Corrupted Storm. When you have finished, this is the skills which you are going to level with. When you will finish up with those skills, switch to Occultist, add Occultist, and go for your Curse of Frailty with vulnerability, then go for your Bloody Pox, wasting. Only after this, go for your Blood of Trick, Aspect of the Guardian, and finally the Possession, which is exclusive skill from Occultist. I do not recommend you to pick an exclusive skill from Shaman, because his exclusive skill either gives bonuses to lightning damage or physical damage, or it gives bonuses to bleeding damage. And in this character in mind, you're looking for vitality damage, which means that Possession is your go-to option when it comes to what exclusive skill you're going to pick up from Occultist subclass. Once again, you're going to level with the Shaman with Devouring Swarm, Wendigo Totem, Storm Totem, Corrupted Storm, Blood Pact, and only after you have finished with all of this, switch to Occultist. So I am also going to explain a bit when it comes to like playing around your setup. So yes, I was saying you need to control monsters preemptively. Initially you will not have your Curse of Frailty, you will have only 2 totems up, or 1 depending on where you added the game. This means that you need to either lure your monsters to those totems, to this totem, or you need to, when you lure them, try to run around as close to, well, closer to your totem as possible, because it do have a limited range, limited attack range. You cannot run far away and expect this totem to continue to work. It works as long as you'll be close enough to it, or monsters will be close enough to it. Then, one thing, if you are going to stack up your totems, you should always recast your Storm Totem in favor of Wendigo Totem. Wendigo Totem lasts longer than this totem, so and when it comes to Corrupted Storm Totem, let me show it to you if I will able to do it. You can cast up to 3 Corrupted Storm Totem. Yes, as you can see by the number. This is one other advantage that this character is having, meaning that the longer the fight goes, the more benefits you will be receiving, either in a form of damage or healing or both. So initially you might not get whole benefits when it comes to how much damage you're doing, how much you're healing and whatnot, but the longer the fight goes, the greater will be your results, and this is especially going to be noticeable if you are fighting against a boss, act boss, or just regular boss, against tougher elites, so on and so forth. Then, one other thing that you should be focused when playing this character is that when you will unlock your abilities to debuff them, you should be mindful of whether or not your resistance reduction abilities or your defensive reduction are up and going, or do they run out and you have to recast them. There are certain abilities which displays the icon on monsters, which whenever you are casting them, like Curse of Frailty. Let me show it to you, monsters, and demonstrate what I mean. When you see the red circle on them, above their heads, that means that your Curse of Frailty is up and going. A boss. Well, I haven't reached the boss yet. I will show it to you. I can demonstrate you how am I killing elites. Yeah, so as you can see, this circle, red circle on top of the names of the monsters, displays that this debuff is up and working. And additionally, because I had attached the Wendigo mark by itself, Curse of Frailty does not deal any damage, but I attached Wendigo mark on it, which deals direct vitality damage and converts some of this damage to health, 65% to be more specific. I believe I do need to check those sellers, or had I checked them? Well, when I'm searching for an elite or boss too, yes, there is a certain order if you want to get a best result or best combat effectiveness. Like, the thing that I am doing, I am going for, in majority of cases, I'm going for Curse of Frailty, then 2 totems, Wendigo Totem and Corrupted Storm. After it, I'm going for Bloody Pox and Devouring Swarm, and when needed, I'm recasting or adding additional Storm Totem, recasting the Bloody Pox or Devouring Swarm effect, just to, whenever the debuff has run off. I'm not just going like YOLO on the keyboard and pressing all of these skills without thinking about this. No, that's not going to work. And I had cleared those sellers, so I already forgot about this. Yes, this character is going to require from you to have a certain a skill about how well are you controlling his movement, how well are you moving through the battlefield, as well as your map awareness, your skill awareness and whatnot. But I think that if you're going to dedicate enough time, and if you're going to have more experience with all of those cases, you're going to be pleasantly surprised of how well you will be able to overcome even the toughest challenges in this game. Alright, I am going to go to the... Hopefully my inventory is not full. Okay, I'm going to go to optional area, because in those areas there will be a lot of elites in this area. As well as, if I'm not mistaken, there will be also a devotion altar which I can restore. And also you have asked about the rotation. The one exception from the rotation, which I'm going to mention right now, is the fact that whenever I see I had located an elite or a boss, or I know there will be a boss fight, instead of going to Curse of Frailty at the beginning, I'm going to be creating totems initially, and only after this I'm going to go for my curses, my Bloody Pox ability, and Devouring Swarm. This will allow you to quote-unquote prepare your ground for the upcoming fight, and it will make things easier for you in the long run, especially against your enemies that otherwise might give you the tough time. Alright, let's continue. So once again, while I'm running to the elites, a short version of what I have said, starting with disadvantages, and then advantages. Disadvantages: low physical resistance, low damage absorption. When it comes to mana usage, the thing is that even when you are going to be... Well, first and foremost, when you will going to level, you will not going to consume that high amounts of mana, simply because the totems by themselves, even if you're going to... and as well as corrupted... excuse me, as well as Devouring Swarm, they will not going to demand high amount of mana from you. Because also you have to factor the thing that those totems will last longer, and when they will last, when they will going to stay on one place, you're going to regenerate certain amount of mana. Additionally, you're going to be utilizing the Lotus Constellation. I mean, the thing that gives you the extra energy regen and more energy as a whole. Plus, you're going to be having an Lantern Constellation. If you're having a caster offhand, or Scepter, or Dagger. It has a 2 nodes, if I'm not mistaken, that will yeah, like those two. First one, increase energy regen, and second, increase +2 energy regenerated per second. But that's closer to your mid-game leveling. When it comes to how high you're going to... how demanding is this character when it comes to mana usage through the leveling, he's actually not the most demanding one. There are characters that have higher mana usage when it comes to their skills. He is closer to the middle, I could say. So yes, once again, the disadvantages: low physical resistance, low damage absorption. Advantages: outstanding healing capabilities, crowd controlling capabilities, as well as damage output the longer the fight goes. Alright, I do not see any elites, although this area should be full of them. I'm also recasting on myself from time to time the Blood of Drake effect. This skill additionally gives me additionally offensive ability. Plus it gives me the passive health regen. And later on, as soon as I will be going for Aspect of the Guardian, it will give me some physical resistance, but most importantly, it will give me the resistance to poison and acid. And this aspect is going to allow me to play around my defensive a bit and remove some of my components which increase my poison and acid in favor of the other defensive parameters. I do wonder why in this area I hadn't spotted an elite. I wanted to show a fight against several of them and there's nothing. Rift Warp, Grasp. Alright, some actually... Yeah, those legendary gloves might seem useful for now, but later on I would definitely prefer to have something that even green items that will be highlighting the Void Harbinger suffix, because the numbers on the Vitality Chaos damage and Vitality Decay for level 50 item is not that high. It just gives a good proc on it, like Doom Bolt, which deals vitality damage and reduces enemies' health. But if you are going to go with vitality damage in mind or chaos damage, your best go-to option on green items is going to be Void Harbinger wards. Whenever you see those wards on, you most likely going to see a lot of vitality damage, chaos and decay percentage numbers, and a bunch of resistance like chaos, elemental, bleeding and freeze duration, like in my case. Let's restore the shrine, gain an extra point. Oh, so this is where you get your missing spirit. Fine, I was wondering how do I need to get some missing spirit for a certain threshold when it comes to item requirements for higher level. And it turns out the Dying God constellation has this knot, which allows you to gain your extra spirit attribute points. Alright, I wasn't able to show any of the fight against elites. I will definitely show you a fight against the Warden Creek as soon as I will get to him. Luckily I was able to open up the portal in the Warden Cellar. The waypoint. And also keep in mind that this is not your full arsenal of abilities. I'm still missing, first of all, the possession skill that will bump up my damage even higher, as well as will give me some protection, but that's not the point. When it comes to healing, I am missing, and I'm going to be leveling Sigil of Consumption, which, if you read closely, it has an effect that converts attack damage to health, so even more healing as long as you attack something with it, preferably monster. I mean, you cannot regenerate from environment. And when it comes to defense parameters, I will be later on, as a finishing notes, I will be picking up the... Yes, as soon as I will kill monsters, I will show it to you what I will pick up as well. The McDragon Pact plus Heart of the Wild and Oak Skin with the skill allocation of 1, 10, 10. I do not interested in the health region. I am mostly interested in the poison and duration reduction, as well as armor as a whole, plus pierce resistance and ether resistance. I should also mention my active constellation proc, so for you to get a better picture of how am I able to deal that amount of damage or heal or reduce the enemy's resistance that much. As you can see, when it comes to my devotion setup, I had started leveling with a bat, and initially it's proc Twin Fangs. I had attached it to the Devouring Swarm. Later on, I had rebounded to Storm Totem, just because you can stack multiple amounts of them, which means you will have a higher chance of creating those Twin Fangs, which adds Vitality damage and attack damage conversion to health, 45% to be more specific. Then I was going to unlock Wendigo Mark, Wendigo Constellation as a whole. To do this, I had to the Jackal, just some missing nodes here or there, red ones, as well as, if I'm not mistaken, I went for, let me double check. Yes, I went for the Sailor's Guide, missing blue nodes. Then went for Wendigo, and the Mark effect, like I was explaining previously, flat Vitality damage or direct, as well as more attack damage conversion to health. Then I decided to go for the Revenant, and I believe, like, let me count. Yeah, like I already, with those setup I had enough red points, so I just went into Revenant Constellation, which its proc, I was explaining those skeletons, they are capable of reducing not only resistances, but also slows target movement. This is especially useful when you are fighting against bigger bosses. When they are trying to move, they will going to get blocked by your skeletons, and they will just move back and forward instead of retaliating directly to your character. There was, if you want a specific example, there was a fight against, if I'm not mistaken, the boss in Ancient Grove, Heart of the Wild, I mean Gargabol, then later Galacross. They are both considered as golems or trees, bigger target. When it comes to starting Devotion, I am recommend for you, if you're going for bleeding, vitality damage, go for Bat, because it has a lot of vitality damage on it, as well as attack damage conversion to health, and like I was saying, its proc Twin Fangs is a great way of activating or adding extra damage on top of your existing skills, as well as extra healing capabilities. So your go-to as a start, like pick one, I believe it requires one green in the Crossroad, and then for Bat. After Bat you should go for the Wendigo. You do have to have 6 blues and 4 reds, so picking up the missing reds, in my case I was doing this from Jackal, as well as missing blues from Sailor's Guide, and go for Wendigo Constellation. After Wendigo you should aim for Revenant. Like I was saying, you will have additional healing capabilities, plus the resistance reduction, as well as movement speed reduction with the help of your skeletons. After this, your priority is going to be a Rotosh the Whale Warden. To help you get there, you need to you need to be leveling the Lantern Constellation, as well as, in my case, I was going for Lotus, plus Eel to unlock the Solemn Watcher Constellation, extra defense. It's important to have some of it on this character. And finally, I was able to pick up the Rotosh the Whale Warden Constellation. And I'm finishing up, which I forgot to mention its proc. The Wheel of Rotosh not only adds a direct damage, which in my case is vitality, most importantly, it also reduces the vitality resistance even more. And as a finishing note, I am going to go for the Hungering Void from the Dying God Constellation. And that's basically it when it comes to your devotion setup and what are they able to do for you. I have forgotten already about Yes, I do. Well, to be honest, I believe that mentioning all of those details important, especially important for the players who either have not experienced this gameplay with this character archetype or want to try it for the first time. This is going to help a lot of not only explaining certain aspects, but also to give you a better understanding of how one skill works over the other and what you should be doing in combat and what you should have in a certain situation, so for you to get a better picture of it. Yes, I have remembered you. I believe you had said it previously on the stream, but still, I find that explaining all of those nuances is a crucial thing for all of those who is willing to either try something new or just want to experience a fresh start with this character. Yeah, so once again, I remember the thing is that I was also, if I'm not mistaken, I was telling you about the Dead Knight and Tactician, as well as this character. The thing is that all of them have their strengths and weaknesses, and me telling you what strengths and weaknesses this character have over the other is going to influence your decision of creating and playing as a certain archetype. I'm not just going to tell you, oh, pick this one just cause reasons. Yeah, so I'm always going to advise you only those things that I either had experienced or I had more knowledge about this, and with high details as well. Once again, I'm not going to tell you this is bad just cause reasons, or this is good just because whatever. No, I'm going to mention all of the possible details for you to get a better picture of all of the things for to come in the future in your playthrough. And not only for you, but for anyone else who is going to ask me similar questions. I do not want to turn into those guys that are either recommend some builds or characters that are only worth it on certain difficulty, or I do not want to skip the leveling process in favor of how the character is going to be performing on level 100. I mean, you have to get somehow to level 100, and even the majority of more experienced players, they think that every newbie can get to level 100 with everything, so they are purposefully not mentioning the drawbacks that you're going to experience when you're leveling certain character over the others. I do not know with what it's connected, but I do not agree with them, and I instead will going to present you all of the things that might occur during your leveling process, like I am doing right now when I'm talking about the Conjurer, or like I was trying to explain with you previously when I was talking about the Dead Knight or Tactician. Alright, nothing here. This area should contain, like, alright, I do spotted an elite right there, which immediately got deleted by the combination of my abilities. am hearing spiders, but I do not see them. Weird. You are mentioning the fragile, well, the aspect of being a fragile character or not. And yes, like I was explaining before, this, like, let's compare your Primal Strike Druid to the ranged Primal Strike Druid to this character. They are, when leveling from start, they are both going to be fragile when it comes to physical damage. It's just that this character, to compensate his weakness of being a fragile, has a opportunity to heal up large portions of his health back with the help of his abilities. The Primal Strike Druid, I believe, does not have the same healing potential. So it, once again, it compensates this weakness of not being able to take as many hits as you want in melee range, or just in from a distance, or whatever the case might be. I mean, at the end, it's going to be your choice with whom you want to play, but still, knowing all of those factors that I had explained previously is definitely going to help you make your final decision. Oh, okay. So let's for now clear the remaining areas from the first floor and then immediately go for the second floor. Nope, I'm actually from Moldova. To be specific, from the city called Chisinau, the capital city of European country called Moldova. It's just that here the priority of studying and practicing English is very high over the other languages. And that's the thing that I was doing for majority of my education. So yeah, some people confuses my accent as well as the voice in general from the UK. But yes, the type of English that we're studying in here is actually the UK pronunciation and English as a whole, more than American English. Alright, so first floor has been cleared. No, it wasn't any offense or not. I just commentating on what other people had also think of. You hadn't offended me by saying this. Not at all. I am going to go first to the left and to the top, just because there is a chance of an exalted stash spawning right on top of the optional spider layer. Well, they are reacting for as a, well, with the semi-cliche approach by just telling everyone to calm down because they have their, how should I say it, their extra hospitals, extra places for those who has been unfortunate enough to get this disease in the first place. Luckily, we do not have here a lot of... I believe we don't have here at all, for now, in fact, a lot of people who might be infected with this virus. But nonetheless, our government has telling us that do not worry, they have their own means to protect them, to protect their civilians and whatnot. Hopefully nothing bad will occur. When it comes to... I believe I will go to this passage later on. There will be a lot of monsters right here. And also the fact is that I'm killing those... Well, at this stage they are considered to be low-level monsters compared to my character level, but you have to factor the fact that I'm going to go for the Nemesis status with Ethereal sooner rather than later, and this way, by killing those monsters, I am speeding up the process of unlocking the Nemesis boss as soon as possible. When it comes to how long I have played Grim Dawn, I believe Steam says like 150 hours. So I had bought this game for, I believe, a week and a month ago, so last month. And from this moment I had played this game continuously. First I had played as a Dead Knight, and then I decided to go with the Conjurer. Yes, the thing is, I find that this game has more appeal when you play throughout the campaign. Yeah, I mean, everyone is trying to find a character that suits their own playstyle, their own goals, so I'm not going to insist on you playing a certain archetype over the others. This is not... I actually am never going to advise anything to do one thing over the other if they do not want to, or they find this aspect to be boring and not interesting. So if you do not like it, that's completely fine. I mean, I initially thought that after playing a Dead Knight character, that this character, like the one that you're seeing right now on the screen, is not going to fit my playstyle or my expectations, just because I was so used to pressing one button as a offensive ability. And as you can see right now, my panel, I'm actively utilizing the whole 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 5 or 6 skills, and I will have the sigil later on. You can imagine my unfamiliarity when I had started to play as a Dead Knight, as a Conjurer right after Dead Knight. But luckily I got used to it, and right now I am pleasantly surprised with how well the encounters are going, how well I am able to clear most of the campaign stuff and whatnot. 7? Well, the thing is that in battle, well, in a certain order, I believe it's not 7, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There will be 6 skills. So the Sigil is going to be a final skill that I'm going to be utilizing in battle. And I'm going to be casting Sigil in the combination of with the combination of Indigo Totem and Storm Totem, as well as skills that I'm using in battle actively, like I was saying, Curse of Frailty, Bloody Pox, as well as Devouring Swarm. So it makes a total number of 6 active skills that you can use in battle. When it comes to recasting your Blood of Dreek, I am utilizing it either to get an extra portion of HP back in an instant, or just when the effect has run out. And that's it. But at the early stages of the game, do not be worried. At early stages of the game, when leveling this character up, you're not going to have this amount of skills at your disposal. You are going to be, like I was explaining, leveling with the Devouring Swarm, and then you will add the Wendigo Totem and then Corrupted Storm Totem. So slowly but surely you're going to add additional skill to your arsenal, and I find it also to be good from the developer side. Thusly, you're going to experience the natural progression of how well you're applying the multiple number of skills, not from beginning stages, but in the later stages of the game. At the beginning you will have mostly 2 or 3 skills. Let's see, let's clear the upwards areas. Oh, this passage is blocked. Never mind. Let's continue. At the later stages of the game, I am going to be a bit worried and excited when it comes to fighting against a nemesis boss of the Ethereal faction called Valderon the Storm Scourge. The thing is that I should mention one thing that has to be highlighted when you are going to encounter him eventually. At the later stages on the Elite difficulty or on Ultimate difficulty, he has the ability to stack a high numbers of an electrocute damage on top of your character as long as you are standing close to him. That means that disengaging from a fight in when a certain time has passed is going to be beneficial for you, as well as going to remove this debuff from your character as long as you are not getting hit by him. But the thing is that he has also a teleport ability which moves him directly to your character. That means that your priority, no matter what character you are playing, is actually going to be to bait his teleport initially. Just because you do not want to have an example when you are trying to run away from him to remove this debuff, just for you to get hit by just for him to teleport straight near you and apply to you more electrocute damage in the process. I mean, if I was playing on a like softcore, I might have tried to just stand on one place and heal without paying that much attention to how high my high electrocute damage I am receiving every second. But since I do not have a luxury of restarting from a certain point, I will going to fight against him as carefully as possible. Let's destroy this crate. And yes, while clearing my way through to the Warden Creek, I will use this. Yes, the thing is that majority of my points were put towards physique. As you can see, 57 points, nothing so far in cunning, and only 12 points into the spirit. But you're, like, no matter what character you are playing, whether it be squishy caster, melee caster, more tankier version of a caster, close fighter who dual wields melee weapons and whatnot, in this game the attribute points for majority of your builds works in the same in a particular order that you need to, and you're going to be put to majority of your points towards physique anyway, just because you do have to have a better health pool. You will have to have the opportunity to wear a better armor that requires physique in the first place. As you can see, it's still not the best armor, but it requires 721 physique just for me to equip it. So this is why you cannot go wrong if you decide to spend your attribute points, most of it into physique, and only apply some of them into cunning in spirit. If you do not have enough as a item requirement for jewelry or a weapon. Yeah, so where was I? Yeah, I will use this opportunity to say, first of all, hi and welcome for all of those who perhaps has just tuned in recently or had watched my stream from the beginning, or any of other videos concerning Grim Dawn, or you just one of the viewers who decided to get a piece of Grim Dawn content on Twitch. Nonetheless, welcome. My name is Alexander, also known as Sandrievitz, and I'm playing a Grim Dawn on hardcore difficulty with Elite included. I am playing as a Conjurer, combination between Shaman and Occultist. Main type of damage is Vitality damage. When it comes to my goal at this point in the game, I am going to be going through Elite difficulty until I'm going to unlock the ability to go to Ultimate, and I am close to the point when I had finished my constellation setup. I believe a couple more devotion altars will give me this opportunity to finish up the missing constellation knots. When it comes to all of the gear that I had acquired previously up until this point and included this moment, this gear was found by self-found method. And nothing was, how should I say it? Nothing was pre-crafted, pre-prepared for this playthrough. This makes things a beginner. This makes it a beginner-friendly one, because there are builds or cases where people are utilizing mostly gear that were prepared in advance to level up their alternative characters. I am definitely not one of them. I'm going straight from scratch when it comes to gear, and also I should have mentioned this when I had started the stream, but I'm going to mention right now. If you are a beginner, I highly recommend you to check the later at your own leisure one of my edited videos that I had made specifically for beginners who might have confused about the defensive parameters as well as some of the boss's dangerous attacks and how you can avoid them, and what resistance you do need to have on certain stages of the game, what you can neglect and have a bit later. Those are the things that I was discussing in the Grim Dawn tips and tricks videos for beginners. You can check it out later at your own leisure on YouTube channel. The link you can find in the description. If you are more advanced player and you want to see how things will unravel on Elite and Ultimate difficulty, specifically what will change in boss's behavior as well as like attack speed, casting speed, movement speed, as well as what new endgame components you're going to be having on your character and why are they better than early game ones, you can also check it out. The name of the video is being called Grim Dawn Elite and Ultimate Tips and Tricks. Once again, this can be found in my YouTube channel, and the link of it, as usual, you can find in the description. Feel free to ask any questions in the chat regarding game or just in general, and I'll do my best to answer them. Currently, I am also utilizing a mod called Grim Internals, which allows me to auto-pick up the blueprints, lore notes, components, rare items, highlight my HP bar as well as monster's HP bar, highlight the debuff icon, as well as, most importantly, it shows how much damage my character is receiving from every source that monsters are able to deal to me, whether it be physical, pierce, poison and acid, you get the drill. It helps me play around my weak points, turn them into strong points, and in general improve them over time. If you had missed the other parts of my leveling, like playthrough, and you want to check them out, you can do this either watching them on Twitch video on demand section or on YouTube channel. All the links to it you can find in the description. Yes, you're right, for devotion you have to go with the Twin Fangs. If you are interested like in a template that I am using for this character, what he is going to be looking like at the level 100 and whatnot, later on I will be in this video description, and as well as in YouTube video description, I will show it to you like Grimtool's link that will highlight the end game purpose of this character, his gear, his devotion setup and whatnot, his attribution stats. Yes, and I am also in the future going to add a command to the bot, to the chat bot, which will highlight the build that I'm going to be utilizing, like how this is going to be look like at the end game. Sorry, I haven't been able to do it. At least for now. Yes, this is the thing that I'm going to improve over time. When it comes to, you are asking about the current build, 1 second, I will show it to you, at least the... Yes, as soon as mobs stop swarming, let's go back a bit. I am making a content for a YouTube channel. like I was explaining, edited videos and videos of just in general that are suitable for beginners or advanced players. But nonetheless, thank you for this positive compliment. So, you're asking about Twin Fangs. I mean, the first devotions, let's discuss them. You're going to be... my channel link is actually called Mighty Broski. I mean, I can type... Let me type it to you in chat. How's it specifically written? There it is. And I believe... yeah, that's the name of the channel. And when it comes to a link, I believe I also the chatbot command from time to time, creating this link that will help you to get to this channel by clicking on it. I mean, it has a certain time-specific threshold after which the pop-up will appear. So the thing that you were asking about the first constellations, yes, the bat you're going to utilizing as your first go-to goal, and then you're going to go for Jackal, Sailor's Guide, and Wendigo Mark. So those are your, I mean, Wendigo constellation. Those are your initial setup. Up until I believe level 30-ish, if I'm not mistaken. If you're not utilizing those potions that grant you extra experience, then you're going to be having like level 30-ish something, 35 or 32, until you will able to finish those 3 initial constellation points that I was showing to you. And yes, you are also asking about the high mana cost of Devouring Swarm. The thing is that with the Devouring Swarm, you should not spam it. You should only use it and let the effect take full. Let this... Alright, thank you also for following, as well as subscribing to the channel. So once again, you were asking about the Devouring Swarm, right? You were saying that the mana cost is very high. The thing is that you need to just cast it initially and let this effect, let the disease or damaging effect take control over time. You should not just spam it like I am doing right now. It's not the right way for you to go for it, because you are recreating the damage over time effect once more rather than adding damage on top of it, if this makes any sense. You should just use it once and let the damaging effect take full control after in a couple of seconds. I mean, yeah, the damage, like I'm going to show it to you on the training dummy. So let's see, this is your monsters. When they are approaching, you cast on them this effect, and it lets the yeah, the red waves. This is not going to. This is the proc from my torment, but you're not going to have it initially. You just have to take the let the damage take its effect for a couple of seconds, and only after it's gone, you just recast it. So short version: do not spam this ability. All right, let's sell some items. Yes, when it comes to selling or saving items, the majority of items I am selling. I'm only saving the ones that are having the direct damage that I'm using, whether it be vitality damage or physical damage, like I was playing with the previous physical Death Knight character. Everything else I'm practically selling, without even looking at them that much. Unless that it's a Void Harbinger words that are written on it. It's a very, very rare you will have those items in your inventory. So for you to check whether or not they will appear if you are a vitality damage user, this is going to be beneficial for you. Just check from time to time if you had picked them up or not. Yes, those gloves I will save for now, perhaps even equip? Yeah, I might. But I am definitely not going to sell my previous gloves, like Void Harbinger. Very useful stuff. I mean, if you want me to specify how rare it is to encounter those words, I had managed to, on previous stream, go to town 3 times just to sell when my inventory was full and sell the extra items, and I believe from all of those 3 times only 1 item had the Void Harbinger on it. Yeah, nothing useful. That's with poison, I'm not interested in it. There is a site called grimtools.com. There you will have, like, let me actually type it to you. Like here, I believe. Yep. And it has a database, item database. And on the majority of your items, there will be written the requirements from where you can farm them or where you can acquire a blueprint to craft them. If an item, and this is important, if an item does not have a specific farm spot or a blueprint, this means that this item has a thing that is attached to him called world drop. What do I mean by it? Practically, if an item doesn't have anything that's like any farm spot or a blueprint, it can drop randomly anywhere on the map from a chest, monster, or a boss or elite. You do not have any control over it. You just have to keep looking and getting lucky. That's actually the toughest thing to look for if your build requires from you to have a item that is a world drop. No, world drop items can be even with the green rarity, or purple like legendaries, or greens. I mean, greens are called rare, if I'm not mistaken. Let me show it to you. Yeah, greens are rare, as well as monster infrequent. Yellows are magic, well, white items we are not going to discuss. Epics are blue, legendaries are purple, and sets, they are also... Whoops, that's the wrong button. Sets, they are also green, or I mean blue, legendary, or green ones. So not only epic items have this world drop, could have this world drop effect attached to it. I forgot to sell the extra items. Yes, and this slot as well.
Put it to good use.
I almost forgot that I had completed a bunch of quests and haven't visited town in a while, just to give them back to the NPCs. Alright, let's fix this error from my part. I was enjoying the clearing... I was enjoying the clearing process of all of those mobs, so...
What do you want?
Okay, my advice for you, whenever you had reached this point in the game, is to not kill this guy. Instead, especially on ultimate difficulty. Instead, spare him. Why? Because later on he will anyway appear as a boss at this territory, and by killing him you will speed up your, by killing him there instead of like in Devil's Crossing, you will speed up your process with gaining infamy with Cronley's Gang. Cronley's Gang and the other one that's being called the Fiction, you mean? What do you mean by fiction? Perhaps function? I mean, faction, excuse me. So yes, by not killing Daireni now, you will be able to kill him later and gain infamy points with Cronley's Gang. Cronley's Gang and Order of the Death's Vigil or Kaiman's Chosen are considered to be factions that are the toughest one to get until the Nemesis status. Yes, I do know what you're saying. So you're basically in the homestead and you had to choose the two faction, whether you are going to go with the Order of the Death's Vigil. Let me show it to you. Like, if with the Kaiman's Chosen or Order of the Death's Vigil. It's completely up to you with which faction you're going to go. If you want to know what exact gear they have, because from the description in game it might be a bit confusing to understand what gear do they have to offer. What do I mean by it? For example, let's say you are playing a physical damage user or a lightning damage user, and you decided to go with the Order of the Death's Vigil, and you click on them like, what equipment do you, I believe the line says, what equipment do you have to offer? And in game description there will be like, from Order of the Death's Vigil, they will say like, oh, our equipment is mostly for those who utilizing like frost damage, vitality damage, and I believe something with pets. But do not trust in-game description. I will tell you up front. If you're gonna go with vitality, with Order of the Death's Vigil, and you are playing as a physical damage user or whatever the case may be, they will still have those items which boosts your damage. So not only do they have on frost damage, I mean, freeze or frost, how's it called? Let me show it to you specific. Yeah, cold damage, what I'm saying. So not only do they have cold damage bonus to pets, they also have a gear dedicated towards fighters, like physical or pierce damage. So whenever you decide to pick one faction over the other in the homestead, it's completely up to you which one you're going to decide. There will be a different gear from them, as well as you're going to sooner or later face a different quest line. You mean the Primal Strike or the or vitality damage? Yeah, with Conjurer, go for Order of the Death's Vigil. You will have more bonuses to vitality damage from Order than from Kaiman's Chosen. Alright. You could also... the thing is that I believe on later difficulties, on Elite and Ultimate, you will have the option to pick another side if you want to, let's say, see the extra quest line and extra lore notes, you want to experience the other side of things, like from a different perspective. You have the option to choose the other faction over the ones you decide to go right now. But you should be mindful of one thing, that if you decide to switch factions, you will lose your faction gain with the faction that you previously had chosen. So let's say you now went for Order of the Dead Vigil, and you had managed to level them up until the Honored status. And then on Elite difficulty, when you reach the home seat again, yes, you can change factions when it comes to like Order of the Dead Vigil and Caiman's Chosen. Let's say on Elite, later on, you decide to switch to Caiman's Chosen because you want to do their quest line or whatnot, and let's just see other bits and pieces of the story. But there is a catch to it. Yes, you have an option to change it, but you will lose the faction gains with previous faction. So whenever you have decided to ditch the Order of the Dead Vigil, their reputation will be lowered back to 0, and you will not going to have an option to go with them and buy their gear. You're instead going to be attached towards Caiman's Chosen. You'll lose all the faction gain that you had previously achieved. Alright, I had forgotten to pick up the Unholy Inscription with me. Where it is actually... Yep. Let's apply it straight to those gloves, and... Yeah, and I'll definitely going to put those gloves into the stash. I'm not going to sell them. Wait, Harbinger and all of this good stuff. Yes, it's true to a degree, like Fried Bacon, like you just explained with the new character, but perhaps he just want to... I mean, it's up to him to decide, to be honest, like, all in all. It's definitely the best approach if you have the time and effort, but if he's not just willing to stick to this character and just experience, excuse me, just experience things from a different perspective, he still have this option to switch those factions on the fly. Alright, and also welcome to the stream, I forgot to say this. Right, Bacon? We are now going to go and kill the Warden Creek. All right. To be honest, initially I was thought that I will have the ability to skip the elite difficulty entirely by applying one of those stones that can grant you this opportunity, but the thing is that I had misjudged what stones do I have. I only had the ones that allowed me to skip normal difficulty and open up elite. So this is why I am forced to go until the final boss of Vanilla campaign, and only after defeating him I will be able to go for ultimate difficulty. I do not have it right now, as of yet, but be sure that I will add it a bit later. Especially those commands that you typed in the chat, I should have added them in the beginning. So later on I will most definitely going to add them. Yes, believe it or not, if you're going to get used to Conjurer playstyle, I believe you're going to be playing with other characters with the same efficiency, if not better. Because you will develop the necessary skills. I mean, how well you're going to control your character, move through your battlefield and whatnot. The other characters will practically, after the Conjurer playstyle, they will going to appear as a joke to control, if you know what I'm saying. I mean, I'm not trying to disrespect the others who play the other characters and whatnot. I'm just telling you that yes, this character have a certain requirements from a player if you want to get the maximum efficiency, and once you get there, other more easier characters, you're not going to have any problem with them, especially controlling them and playing in the dire situations and all of this stuff. Oh, the spider does not want to come close. Come on.
That skill's not ready.
I cannot see the corpses on which I can click. Alright, now I can see. This red lightning from the sky that you might see from time to time is actually a proc from my legendary gloves, which I have equipped, called Doom Bolts. It has a 33% chance on critical attack, and it has a lot of vitality damage, chaos damage, and 25% reduction to enemies' health. The tougher... Also, one thing that I forgot to mention about vitality damage, like as a whole, the tougher the enemies are, the greater your damage output will be to them. It's especially noticeable on higher difficulties. It might not look that noticeable like from normal difficulty, but closer to the end of first DLC, second DLC, on Elite and on Ultimate difficulty, you're going to be surprised how quickly you are going to get rid of tougher opponents, you know, like those golems, ethereal hulks and whatnot, if you are utilizing vitality damage. Alright, let's continue on. I put my Wendigo totem closer to the room entrance just because I had spotted their elites. Well, several of them, as well as monsters. Yeah, let's clear this room preemptively. Yep, you are definitely right. So you max Swarm, and then you'll just going for the mastery points until the Wendigo totem, and then until the Storm totem with the Corrupted Storm. Be sure to pick up the Corrupted Storm. That converts all the lightning damage from this totem to the vitality damage. Have I picked this lore note on previous difficulty? Yes, I do. Thing about the lore note is that I still haven't figured out on the higher difficulties, how are they working? When it comes to normal difficulties, my advice is usually to just pick them and use them as fast as possible, even if you know the lore by heart. On normal difficulty, using those lore notes is the cheapest and easiest way to get a bunch of experience points. Alright, Warden Creek. He should not have... I mean, I should not have any problems against him. Just stack up your totems up. Yes, Warden Creek is a joke. I mean, I take a hit from his... I took a hit from his regular auto attack. It's just that at this point there were so many healing setup prepared, as well as my skeletons. When they are attacking, they healed me a bit, so this is why there wasn't any difference when it comes to my health pool as a whole. Like, nothing has changed. Yep, it's definitely normal. Well, Warden Creek, like, in his second phase, if you know certain things that you need to be dodging or avoiding, it's the... I am currently on elite difficulty. That's the second difficulty. I am not on normal. I had already complete normal difficulty. This is the second one. I am still not on ultimate difficulty. Yeah, he's definitely one of the easiest bosses to deal with. Especially, like I was saying, when it comes to this character, if a fight is going to be longer or long enough for you to be able to stack like multiple totems up to create them more and more, your damage output, your healing output will be so high that you'll practically do not notice any difference in your health pool. And that's also taking into account that I still do not have the sigil, which will add an extra healing and damage right on top of everything that I have.
Is it finished? The Warden's defeat is a...
Wait, what? Oh,
So
I
you
need to
must
speak
be
with this guy.
Before we do...
Okay, sure. You are more than welcome anytime to be here. I do have enough scrap, I assume. Yeah, let's repair the bridge. And continue from this point on to the Cronley's gang. Yes, the more I play this character, the more it feels like the stronger he's becoming, stacking up all of those abilities, as well as getting more like healing sources, damaging sources. He's definitely, like, he has a unique progression curve I can add, unlike Death Knight. Well, with the thing with when I had leveled with the Death Knight, physical Death Knight, he had a power spikes, that's the better way to put it. So you're leveling, like, imagine a straight line, straight horizontal line, and whenever you achieve some, let's say, you'll get better gear or better weapon, or just utilizing or just upgrading your damaging skills and whatnot, you'll have there like a power spike until a certain point when the line is still going to be horizontal. With this character, and it continues throughout the whole leveling process up until level 100, and you're getting the gear and whatnot, so this is always like a heartbeat when it comes to like Death Knight leveling. But when it comes to this character, the more I play with him, the better I am becoming at not only controlling but also damaging my foes, as well as healing from them. It feels like he is constantly rising, like up, up, up. There isn't, and up until this point, I hadn't encountered any struggles, any significant struggle for me to say like, oh yes, like the progression has stopped, and from now I am only seeing like horizontal line without any improvements. Once again, that's not to say that this character does not have any weaknesses. He does. And any character has in this game at certain stages of the game, at certain difficulties. Okay, I got stuck between those ladders. Yeah, so those bandits got demolished. Let's open up this chest, see perhaps something useful might drop. Nothing. And believe it or not, I actually read one, well, patch notes from the past that actually was explaining like some of those bandits got buffed. Well, before I bought the game and started streaming, there was a patch that significantly buffed some of those bandits, mainly those who throw daggers, as well as casting like regular daggers and I believe poison daggers, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. But it still feels like those bandits, if you have like good enough resistances and whatnot, they even on ultimate difficulty are not and should not going to be going to deal to you significant damage. Yes, one thing I'm also Conjurer is a shaman and occultist. I believe the combination between the occultist and necromancer called oppressor, but don't quote me on that, I'm not sure. So I was trying to say like it feels like the first the thing is about those skellies, it's actually an active proc from a Revenant constellation called the active proc called Raise the Dead from Revenant constellation, and this constellation is so good that as of right now almost every build in one way, shape or form is having the Revenant just for resistance reduction. Hey, and welcome back. Okay, let's not accidentally force him to burn this house. And those skeletons, like I was explaining earlier from Revenant, they are so good, no matter if you're taking into account the resistance reduction or blocking the slower guy's movement speed, then it's a stable, this constellation becomes stable in many more builds, not taking into account only Conjurer ones. Yeah, so the thing is that it feels like your first Nemesis boss that you're going to be encountering anyway is going to come from Beast faction. And the sad thing is that you will not encounter him in a in a regular campaign. The nemesis from Beast faction is called... Well, first of all, I should explain what is a nemesis. Nemesis is a faction boss. If you look closer, it says like unlocked at Nemesis spawn. Mold Pact? What do I mean? What do you mean by it? Mold Pact? Oh, McDragon Pact and Heart of the Wild. I do not... well, the thing is, if you think that you need to put some points in it, just like for extra defense and health and mana regen, then go for it. But I am reserving all of this skill tree line for later, because with the Conjurer you do need to prioritize having your damaging skills over your defensive skills. Why? Because, like I was saying, you do need to have something that you can heal from. That's the first thing. And second thing, you have to have an active damaging skills for your constellation procs like Twin Fangs, Wendigo Mark, Rays of the Dead, as well as Will of Rotage. So they can only be attached, if you look close enough, to the damaging skills. They cannot be attached to the defensive ones. This is why still at this point I haven't even leveled a single point into McDragon Pact, as well as Heart of the Wild and Oakskin. But yes, later on, once I will be finished with the occultist skill tree, mainly possession, as well as aspect of the Guardian and Sigil of Consumption, I will return back to the Shaman skill and close up the McDragon Pact, Heart of the Wild, and Oakskin. Alright, let's pick up his quest. Turn back to pick up some more green items. And go straight for... Yeah, so I forgot to mention those factors about Beast Nemesis. So the Beast Nemesis is... The Nemesis in general is actually a boss from a enemy faction. Like you see, the red ones, they are called enemy faction. Vanguard, Ethereal, Sarkovian Undead, Beasts and whatnot. And at the end of each line, you'll have like unlocked at Nemesis. It's a tough boss, and each of faction have their own champion. Like Nemesis boss champion. The thing is that it feels like the fastest way your first Nemesis boss is always going to be Beast, because you'll fight a ton of beasts throughout this game, and the sad thing is that you'll only encounter the Beast Nemesis on the Ashes of Melmoth DLC. You will not encounter him on in the normal campaign. That's actually kind of weird, if you ask me. I mean, you are killing so many of those beasts throughout your journey, yet they decided to make this Nemesis boss spawn only in the Ashes of Melmoth DLC. Some of those Nemesis bosses have their strengths and weaknesses. Some of them are tougher to one character archetype, some are stronger. I had only faced with the Death Knight, I had only faced against 4 Nemesis bosses, like against the how this was his name again? Okay, so against the Ethereal Nemesis, yes, Valderon Storm Scourge. Against Kupakabra, the Endless Menace, which is a Nemesis boss from Beast faction. Against the Alexander the Archmage from Material Vanguard and against the Musilog, the Chillwind from Arkovian Undead. And my experience is strongly based upon the encounter with them from a Death Knight perspective, so I cannot comment on how well this character is going to be dealing with them as of yet. So I do have to wait and see how things will unravel in the nearby future. I actually said that I was going to go straight into the cave, and instead I went to those ethereals. Yeah.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, I'll visit those ruins, just cause you'll have some chances of an elite or two spawning in here. So, and with the help of my good AoE abilities, even if I will not encounter any elite, I will be clearing, or I will be finish clearing those ruins in no time. Yeah, so as you can see, no problem. Oh yes, the reflective guys, I had almost forgot to mention them as well. You remember when I was playing as a physical Death Knight and I had went to the ultimate difficulty, and there I was fighting against like those ethereal archmages who were able to cast their protective shields on them, which retaliates all of your incoming damage straight to your character or ignores a portion of it. So if you are an physical damage user or a pierce damage user and you are fighting against reflective guys, be very careful. I cannot stress this enough. Be very almost as much careful as possible, because even one, and I am not joking, even one regular enemy can easily destroy your character if you just attack him when his reflective aura is activated. With the vitality damage, you can simply forget about this. You're not going to be worried about this aspect at all. Okay, let's continue. Usually in this cave I'm going first for this guy, and it's only after this I'll clear the rest of the cave. Yes, the thing is about, well, physical damage have one advantage over other types of damage. It's actually the fact that monsters, yes, they do have armor, but actually physical damage is one offensive parameter that outscales the numbers of armor that monsters have. So if you stack your physical damage high enough, there will be a point that you're going to be out damaging or breaking through even most defensive guys, most defensive bosses that you can encounter throughout this game. It's just that developers try to compensate this by including those weaknesses like vulnerability to reflective guys, vulnerability to guys that have on them shields that grant them damage immunity and whatnot. So with this aspect, yeah, perhaps you're right. It has its own strengths and weaknesses that you have to consider at any time throughout leveling process or at the end game. Yes, you are most definitely right. Well, people are enjoying, as well as me, the atmosphere of this game, the leveling process, as well as how this game grants you the... one thing that I have found unique about this game is that it grants you the freedom of choice in certain quests, so it creates a sort of replay value from an instant, because you're not going to see every possible outcome on your first playthrough. Thusly, you are going to be revisiting and replaying certain portions of it with other characters, with different factions and whatnot. And this is the one of the good things that I found interesting and unique about not only hack and slash genre like in general or action RPG, but about this game in particular. Alright, so only one knot, and to get there I need to remove 1 point from the crossroad and to put it into the Hungering Void. When as soon as I'll visit the town, I'll do this.
That skill's not ready.
It also depends like on what you actually enjoy in the what you prefer in those sort of games. If you are all about the... if you are all about just end game and how this game is going to unravel closer to end game, then yes, Grim Dawn might not have a best options for you. But if you enjoy mostly leveling process, lore aspect of this game, and especially freedom of choice, like different outcomes and whatnot, if this is your first time of playing it, there is no other option for you at this moment. At least not that I can think of right from the top of my head. Right. Yeah, let's clear this bandit encampment. There is a chance of them dropping a dynamite, so that I might not to go into the cave to open up the passage there. This was a nice crit from Doombolt by itself. And I also think that with the success of the Grim Dawn and their... Oh, okay. I will comment on how much crit chance I do have against those enemies. So with my current offensive ability, which is 1000, closer to 1700, I have a 15% chance of critting monsters. The higher your offensive ability will be, the more crit chance you will have. And it works in the same fashion as with defensive ability. Yes, critical damage is not a specific thing that you will be worried of when you play with this build in mind, but it is a thing that is present, and from time to time it will work. Okay, I destroyed the barricade. Also, one thing that I have experienced is, yes, you can destroy this barricade preemptively if you have the dynamite with you, in order to complete a quest from Rover's encampment in advance. But when it comes to their other quest line, like retrieving the amulet from the Elder, I mean finding the Elder and retrieving his amulet, you cannot do this preemptively. As soon as you'll get to him, he will just ask of you to go back to encampment and speak with someone there, even if you had spotted him on the map, had located him and cleared the enemies around him. Okay, that's one quest, and the other quest has been destroyed, and I get an extra inventory stash. I mean slot, not the stash. So yeah, with the I was trying to comment on success of this game and how it will most certainly have a sequel in the nearby future. I mean, they have supported this game and continue to support this game for so long, so at this point I think that when it's not a question of if this game is going to have a sequel, it's more of a question of when exactly does this game is going to have a sequel. Because there is still a lot of unanswered questions. I'm not going to spoil them as of right now, because some of the people would like to experience for themselves what will happen. I just wish to say that there will be a lot of questions left unanswered through the game lore and in general what happens in the story. And even without this, like even paying that much attention to the story, I can show it to you on the map. Let's look closely. Look at how huge this map is, and look where the action takes place when it comes to like main campaign. So closer to the borders of the sea, and not delving that deeper into the land itself. I mean, here we have a blank spot, a lot of it actually. Here, some blank spot. I mean, excluding Forgotten Gods, because yes, this area cannot be expanded that much, but when it comes to like mainland, you'll have a gigantic map to operate with for future installments. All right. One area that this build is particularly likes is actually Steps of Torment, because the density of skeletons right there and the way how they are packed closer to each other with those narrow corridors makes this build perfect candidate for great AoE clear speed, even without you visiting the room itself, because of your totems effect, because of your devouring swarm and whatnot. Okay, let's talk with this elder.
That skill's not ready.
Also, one thing that you should be, like, if you are playing as a melee build and you will encounter those skeletons on your journey, do keep in mind that those skeletons with the shield, they have a high armor rating. So if you're playing with someone who deals physical damage, having an additional pierce or internal trauma damage, those types of damage will ignore either all of the armor or portions of it. They will help you a lot when dealing with those armored opponents. Once again, with Vitality type, those particular enemies does not require from you to have an additional resistance reduction effect. It's actually the later enemies which you will encounter in the Bastion of Chaos, as well as in the demonic infested territories. Some of them have a high vitality resistance chance, so for you to get rid of them as quickly as possible, you will first it's strongly advised for you to first reduce their defensive parameters by applying Devouring Swarm as well as Curse of Frailty before going with your damaging skills. Alright, he is done. I got despised with Cronley's Gink. I believe that means that this is actually my second hardcore character. Previous hardcore character that I have was Physical Death Knight, Physical/Internal Trauma Death Knight. The whole playthrough of me going through the game up until level 100 and clearing the original game on ultimate difficulty you can find on my YouTube channel. The link on it will be in the description if you are most interested in watching it. Because I do aware that Twitch Video On Demand saves videos for now only for 14 days. So most of the parts of the Death Knight playthrough you will not going to see right now on my Twitch Video On Demand section. I am checking some of those wasps just because at this stage of the game you'll have a higher chance of encountering an elite among them. Okay, let's continue. Oh, and I also forgot to mention another important aspect, since I am getting closer, well, getting through the elite difficulty and closer to ultimate difficulty. You should starting from normal difficulty, you should start to collect as much as possible. Let me see if I have them in my inventory. Nope, I do not. So I'm talking about those ether shards, those little green crystals, as well as chthonic seals of binding. You only need to use them on crafting something useful like defensive components and perhaps even like better items, but in general do not waste them on anything else. Otherwise, because on ultimate difficulty, for crafting a better defensive components as well as the epic relics, like for level 90, especially for level 90, you will require to have so many, like so much quantity of those early game stuff, like oh yes, and thank you for following Fried Bacon. So at the later stages of the game, you will require to have with you so much stuff on those early game, quote-unquote, components, that you will be forced to do those farm routes just for acquiring those components, and that's it. Yes, I also thought it this way until I had reached the ultimate difficulty, and when I saw how quickly and how much resources you'll need to craft the end game items. I was forced to, let me give you a comparison. For crafting one relic for level 90, I was there was a one specific stream dedicated to just farming components. And initially I was trying to craft all of my endgame resistance components and relic. When I had stream for 4 hours, I was able to craft and doing non-stop farming, like back and forward through the farm places. I was only able to craft only one relic for level 90. That's it. So the 4 hours means one relic. I haven't even crafted the better components such as Ugdenbog leather, spell scorched plating, and whatnot. So because I had made a mistake and I tried to restore the devotion points on elite and ultimate difficulty later down the line, that requires from you to have those ether shards or the chthonic seals of binding. So this is why I was forced to dedicate several streams just to farm up those components. And trust me, you're not going to like it. I mean, it depends. Perhaps for some veterans of this genre, like, they might ask, like, hey, 4 hours farming stream, that's nothing. I practically farm for something like 2, 3, 4 weeks non-stop just to get those desired items. You are now talking about 4 hours of farming. But still, it's a point that you have to keep in mind. Unless you are willing to dedicate a certain amount of time on ultimate difficulty to farm for those specific items, it's your better option for you. It just start saving them as soon as possible. Okay, now those quests has been completed. Let's go further. I also want to elaborate a bit more on what my, like, why I decided to at level 14. I mean, when it comes to story, I do not know whether or not you had completed all of the side quests and speak with all the possible NPCs, read the lore notes and whatnot, but when it comes to level 14, unless you're doing specific achievement, I believe there is an achievement called I Did Not Expect You Human, that requires from you to kill Warden like closer to level 10 or 14, I do not quote me on that, I just know that it exists. I genuinely think that it's a bad idea to go and trying to kill Warden at level 14. Unless you are specifically going to do this achievement. Alright, we have a party time. 3 elites at the same time. Yeah, the achievement, thanks for elaborating, it's level 11. Also, do be careful around those shamblers. It's those golem-looking creatures that have the ability to throw rocks at you. You might think that they are not that tough to deal with. Yes, you definitely want to max your totem, Wendigo totem, until soft cap level 12 out of 12, and then continue on until the Storm Totem, Blood Pact, as well as Corrupted Storm. So yes, be careful around those Shamblers, because their throwing ability, whenever they are decided to attack you from a distance with those boulders. With the Twin Fangs, you initially link your Devouring Swarm, but later, as soon as you unlock Storm Totem with Corrupted Storm, you'll switch it to the Storm Totem, your Twin Fangs. So yes, those Shamblers, if you are not careful enough and you hadn't spotted those flying stones that are approaching to you, they do have a higher stun duration, especially, and additionally they have a higher damage number on top of them. Whenever you see those Shamblers, do not, well, unless you are quickly destroying them, do not be that careless near them, especially if you're attacking them from a distance. Always remember that they have this ability. All right. I'm going to go straight for boss of this area, this queen. And instead of running away, I'm actually going to stay on one place and fight her. This might seem like a bad decision, but the thing is that if I were to run away, then she would utilize her attack like acid grenade or something like that, that splits into several shells. And if those shells hit you, not only the grenade, but if those shells hit you, you will receive additional damage, as well as your defensive parameters will be reduced. But once again, that's only if you are going to attack her from a distance. Okay, so from this point on, I do not think that I am going to restore any more of those shrines, because, like I was saying, I do have 55 from 55 fully maxed Constellation. And this restoring them now only means that I'm going to waste more resources than I would rather spare on something else. I mean, yes, some of them do have a chance of dropping a legendary item or just more items in general, but it's still not worth it to do, in my opinion. Perhaps unless you take into account the desecrated shrines, which spawn several elite monsters at you. To do this as a sort of an option to gain more either infamy or positive reputation against certain faction. Okay, let's do your quest as well. And then let's visit this optional area where those skeletons are. And ghosts. I also should comment more on why am I leveling the Blood of Dreeg that high. Not only due to the fact that it adds a passive regeneration and offensive ability on top of my character, but you'll remember that previously I was explaining that I am going for a proc from this constellation called Hungering Void that adds a tremendous amount of damage to your character, but it has a negative effect attached to it. When this proc is active, you will be losing certain portions of your health. So whenever you are getting this proc active, you'll need to be able to regenerate your HP back in one way or another, whether through your Blood of Drake effect or through attacking your monsters. Yes, it's a risk-reward situation, but still, it is worth it to go for, in my opinion. Yeah, like those guys that throw knives, I believe some of the ability this ability looks kind of similar to one of the Nightblade's ability, which I had seen on YouTube, that has the effect of throwing those 3 knives at the same time. So those are the guys that will be dealing most amount of damage to your characters. Okay, let's clear the right side as well. There will be a destructible wall later in here. Yes, like on top of this area. Alright. So, yeah, once again, leveling Blood of Drake, and especially the aspect of the Guardian, is the thing that at this point, I think that almost every occultist is going to be having with them as a staple defensive ability. No matter whether you're playing like acid damage, vitality damage, chaos damage. Believe it or not, when fighting against this boss, it's actually not the boss itself, but his red will do the most amount of damage. Yeah, this mine has been fully cleared. Let's go upwards. At what level you had managed to defeat him? Well, congratulations if you have defeated him, but at what level? And also... oh, I believe that's the negative thing that... with the Conjurer, I do not have any pre-prepared gear in advance that are laying and waiting for me. I will be I will be going to target farm a specific set called Dark One set. But this set can only be obtained on ultimate difficulty. I do know about where exactly this set is going to... from where it's dropping, from what monster, and where you need to locate this. So no, I will show it to you all on the stream when I will eventually get to it. This is actually one of the factors that I took into account whenever I decided to go with the Conjurer. I was searching for a specific character that has a target farm pieces of equipment, which in my case was the Dark One set.
Can't carry anymore.
Alright, I cannot carry any more items. There are other options for you to decide between, like going with a Templar combination between Oathkeeper and Arcanist, or going with the Death Knight, Soldier and Necromancer, but I decided to go with the Conjurer. Right, let's sell some stuff. So
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
yeah, if you try to write something important, and the chatbot blocked your message, forgive me for it. I hadn't delved that deeper into the settings of the streambot chat, so it acts kind of weird. I mean, it's actually kind of strange if you ask me. Like, this chat decides that word assassin is a foul language word because it contains letters S in it. So this is why I need to reconfigure the parameters in order to avoid those sort of situations. Because I believe previously when somebody asked me about the constellation which names Assassin's Blade, the chatbot immediately blocked his message, and because of the usage of foul language. Once again, forgive me for this inconvenience. Alright, let's sell all of this stuff. Oh, and also remember, guys, that's the second time that I am selling all of those items. I still haven't encountered the Void Harbinger on some of them. So this is how rare this combination of words is going to occur throughout your playthrough. No, when it comes to being a low level or not, I believe that this game doesn't actually have a certain level threshold or level requirements for you to complete one quest over the other. I mean, you are free to experiment as long as you have a desire to do so. Yeah, those items are so bad. When it comes to acquiring a better gear, I am going to be mostly looking for the equipment from friendly faction, whether it be Order of the Dead's Vigil, or Coven's Refuge, or Barrowholm, and later on the Cults of Beastmail, Drick, and Soleil. Yes, nothing useful. I mean, it's useful to a degree since I'm converting this item in gold. Those items. Wait. Nah, it's vitality conversion to elemental damage. This does not work. This is one of the important distinction between figuring out whether or not this item is good for your character or you just want to sell it. If an item says, like, let's say you're playing physical damage, an item has some percentage of physical damage on it, but in some of this line it says like physical, like 30% conversion of physical damage to lightning. This means that all of your physical damage, as well as your bonus percentages that you might receive on top of this item, will be converted to lightning damage, and you do not want this unless you are utilizing lightning damage instead of physical. You just want the purest type of damage that you have without any conversion written on it. Yeah, I'll sell this as well. Okay. Let's put all of those components into transfer stash and continue the playthrough.
Got something you need stashed?
I do believe there is an option to trade in this game, but I do not know how it works exactly. I mean, more experienced people have talked about it, that it exists. I believe you need to create like a multiplayer game, if I'm not mistaken, and there you need to invite a player through Steam for him to join. But I haven't tested it myself, but do know that there is an option to trade, because otherwise those forum posts which were explaining to you or were offering other people to buy a certain item or blueprint were written in vain. Yeah, it's just there is an option in this game, but I haven't tested it myself and do not know how to do it properly. Alright, so let's go back on track. I mean, it has iron bits, but in my opinion, it's more like not simple. It's easier to call it gold. As you can see, those coins, yeah, they count as an iron bits. Alright, I do need to complete some quests which are needed for me to progress through the Rover's quest line. Yeah, but first I'll initially clear all of those territories from the wildlife as well as those bandits.
Keep your weapons right.
All right. Bleeding damage is not a part of vitality damage, but if you are worried that you are like it's separate damage, but the thing is, when talking about, like, let's say bad constellation, it has some bleeding damage right on top of it, but it also has vitality damage. So this means that this constellation is worth it to go either for bleeding or vitality damage. But do know that they are two separate things. If you type, like, let's say in the constellation 3 bleeding damage, It will highlight to you every possible constellation that has bleeding damage on top of it. And as you can see, the higher tier 1's constellation, like I'm using, called Whale of Rotash, as well as Dying Gods, Wendigo Mark, they do not have bleeding damage on top of it. Some of them have, like this bat, for example, but it's mostly an exception from the rule. So if you are planning to go with the bleeding damage instead of vitality damage, then your constellation tree setup will definitely look different. And when talking about hidden pad, I had done it on the previous difficulty. Right now I hadn't done it. Just yet, but be sure that I will do it. I mean, it's worth to do it on all of the excuse me, on all of the 3 difficulties. Because at the end of the hidden path you will be awarded with a free attribute point and free skill point. So it counts 3 difficulties, means you have 3 free attribute points, well, quote unquote free as long as you complete the quest, as well as 3 skill points. Wait, what? But I need to go back in town to bring those royal jellies. Yeah, because I do have them in my inventory, in the stash.
That skill's not ready.
Alright. Yes, on all of them, because otherwise you'll be missing out on the free attribute points and skill points. Oh, and I should have done, when I was back in town, I should have removed one node from Crossroad to put it into Hungering Void proc. Yeah, that's the thing that I'm going to be doing right now. Let's get back to Devil's Crossing. The thing is, when talking about Hidden Path questline, you can skip the Mad Queen Rashalga boss. It's completely optional boss in a secret area, and it takes, to be honest, it takes more time to kill her rather than you getting something good in return. You do need to kill those guardians like Guardian of Drig, Bismael, and Soleil to unlock the path to the temple. But when talking about killing Mad Queen, just skip her. She is only worth it to kill on ultimate difficulty because she has a certain percentage to drop a good MI ring for a certain build, but I haven't looked into specifics to comment more on it. Alright, so what do I... Yeah, I can reclaim here, and instead let's put Hungering Void. Alright, so I do need to unlock... Yep, I cannot put it into... I need another offensive skill. Otherwise, this proc will just sit there without this. I cannot put it into Shaman skill tree. I can only put this into the... Unless you're taking into account Devouring Swarm, but this is already in use. Okay, so I will be using later on, as soon as I unlock Sigil of Consumption, I will be attaching this proc to it. Yeah, and let's also bring the royal jellies with me. Where they are. So I do need 3 if I'm not mistaken. Let's go back to this encampment. Okay, and continue through the 4 hills, destroying the forges. Yeah, like my bad. I should have looked more into those stuff when it comes to what actually I can attach the Hungering Void, because otherwise I would have prepared at least one offensive skill to start leveling this active constellation proc. Alright, I'll definitely learn from this.
That skill's not
Yeah, so this is why Conjurer do need to have a lot of damaging skills up and going for him, not only, like I was saying, for healing aspect, but also for activating his constellations.
That skill's not ready.
I had managed to destroy this forge without even touching it, okay. Perhaps the Twin Fanged worked into my favor.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Yeah, let's clear this guy as well. He has the ability to utilize a blade, whirling blade effect, which mitigates a lot of your incoming damage to him. So as soon as you see that blade start to whirl around him, you just switch your DPS to other targets. You will not be able to quote-unquote nuke him down when his protective skill is up. But luckily he's not going to attack you when he's just standing there and trying to defend for his life.
Can't do that. That skill's not ready.
Alright, let's prepare this setup.
Can't do that.
Yeah, so as you can see, in some instances it's better to just use your ground as a defensive position rather than trying to recreate your totems and advance forward. This is why this character, it's a plus and a minus at the same time. If you are searching for a character that, let's say, want to clear the campaign as fast as possible, with the same time moving quickly through the landscape and whatnot, so this is not your go-to option. Alright, so the forges has been destroyed. Let's enter this cave. Let me get a sip of water and then we'll continue. Alright, so I had also started to explain like a bit about Hidden Path. There is one other subject which I wish to discuss, is the Shattered Realm, and I do need to double check on official forums and whatnot, what other people manage to figure out, like on what level you will be gaining an additional skill point if you're going to go into Shattered Realm stuff and complete certain amount of levels. I mean, after how many levels you will going to be awarded with a extra skill point. This is the subject that I haven't been able to fully check yet. I had tried like completing, I believe I had completed the 5 initial levels just for the quest in Forgotten Gods, and that's it. I haven't delved deeper into other levels, so I do not know how far should I go. Once again, going here just for a, yeah, like this quest item. I'm not going to touch or restore this devotion, even though I have the necessary means to do so. Yep, I also heard about this. I had a good thing that you have mentioned this fact as well. But it's not the loot that I am concerned about, it's the fact that if you are getting a skill point from Shattered Realm on when you are completing certain amount of floors, does this mean that same with the hidden path you need to do Shattered Realm stuff to get 3 extra skill points? I mean on normal, on elite and on ultimate? This is the thing that I haven't checked yet. Alright, let's clear those Cronley gang. Oh yes, this is the thing that I wanted to figure out. But I do... How many levels do you need to be clearing before you will get your extra skill point? That's the thing that I wanted to... Like, I have cleared the 5 initial levels and I hadn't got my skill point, so on normal difficulty. And after this I decided to just wait a bit before checking this out on forums, on internet, or just asking from someone who has more experience than me. How exactly, how much deeper do I need to go on Shattered Realm to get my extra skill point? Alright, so let's start to go for possession. 1 point into possession, 1 into the Blood of Drake. Alright, picking up scraps. Yeah, I will be fighting against this Direniu, this NPC which I had talked about previously, that you do not have to kill him in Devil's Crossing. You can do this right now. And yes, you're right about vitality damage being a no joke. It's the more you play, actually, especially on the higher difficulties, the more benefits you're going to receive by using the vitality damage.
Can't do that yet.
What do you...
Alright, I see another elite. Let's debuff him.
Can't do that yet.
One other reason why I'm using, whether it be a single target or a group of monsters, the Bloody Pox ability is because of this skill wasting. Minus 180 offensive ability is huge. This by default means that every type of damage that I am receiving from every attack will... its effect will be less than expected. And this is a good thing to have on this character, especially since he does not have a high physical resistance or armor rating to absorb multiple hits from monsters.
Can't do that yet. Can't do that yet.
After... okay, I will explain to you what you want to go after Twin Fangs. So, as soon as you had finished up your Twin Fangs, your next go-to constellation will be Wendigo. But to reach it, if you try to reach it right now, it will set to you that you have to have more red knots as well as blue ones. Blue ones you can get with the help of either Sailor's Guide or Eel, and missing red ones you can get with the help of Jackal. Well, like I tried to do, I was getting it with the help of Jackal. You can get it by other means, like Viper and whatnot, so nonetheless you do have to have either Sailor's Guide or Eel, and something that gives you extra red notes for Wendigo. I forgot to pick this dynamite up. Actually, with this much dynamite, I could have completed the first part of the Hidden Path questline already. You're welcome. Because I initially had not that many dynamite, which was saved from normal difficulty, but in this place and in some mines previously, you are getting quite a lot of it. Well, as soon as I will open up a waypoint to the next area, I will return back to Devil's Crossing and do the first part of the Hidden Path questline. Yeah, let's go and kill the Cronley. First destroy those ether crystals. Preemptively put those totems up. Yeah, sadly when he is casting on himself this protective sphere, you can do nothing. Well, this character cannot do nothing about this. But there are characters that have the opportunity to remove the protective effect from this guy whenever his sphere is active. Okay, Cronley has been defeated. That's... okay. And also, while trying to reach the next waypoint, and then going back and completing a hidden pet questline, I'll use this opportunity to say hi and welcome for all of those who is watching the stream, just tuned in, watched from the beginning, watched any of my other videos, or just want to get a portion of Grimdawn on Twitch. Nonetheless, welcome. My name is Alexander, also known as Sandrievitz. I'm playing Grimdawn on hardcore difficulty with Elite included, as a Conjurer, combination between Shaman and Occultist, with Vitality damage. My goal is to, at the end of the game, well, complete all of the campaigns on Elite and Ultimate difficulty, as well as obtain the Dark One set at the end.
That skill's not ready.
And all of my gear that I have on me right now and I had acquired previously was found by self-found method. Nothing was pre-crafted, pre-prepared. It's all from scratch, which makes this playthrough a worthwhile, especially for those of you who are a complete beginners to this game and does not have a lot of blueprints and or just in general experience of playing this game. Also, if you are a complete beginner, I highly advise you to check out later my edited video, which I had made. There I had discussed the tips and tricks that will be helpful for those who might want to know about some dangerous attacks from bosses and how to avoid them, about resistances, on what parts you have to have certain amount of it, and what you can neglect in return for a certain period of time. This could all be found in my video. The link to YouTube channel can be found in the description. Same goes for a video that is catering towards more advanced players. There I had discussed what changes await you at Elite and Ultimate difficulty. Mainly talking about bosses' behaviors, higher attack speed, higher movement speed, higher casting speed, as well as some phases of the fight could be different from normal difficulty. This video you can also check out a bit later on YouTube channel. When it comes to what kind of a template I'm using for this character, I will be later on leave a Grimtools link in this Twitch video on demand description and on YouTube video description. There you can specifically look for how this character is going to look like, with what components, what skill allocation is he going to have, what constellations and what not. Additionally, if you had missed other parts of this playthrough, you can check them out later on Twitch video on demand section or on YouTube channel. Feel free to ask any questions if you have them in chat, I'll do my best to answer them. Okay, I was going for the hidden pet questline, yep. I have inventory space, yep, I do have. Yeah, I might as well do not only the hidden pet questline, but the passage in here, like Flooded Passage Rift. There is an area which can be opened up with the help of dynamite. I do need to be careful in the first part of the hidden pet, since I do not have that high amount of acid resistance just yet. Yeah. %68%, guys, is not enough for the optimal defensive parameter when talking about the Elite difficulty. I mean, later on I will be leveling Aspect of the Guardian with the Blood of Drake. Right now I do not have this opportunity. So cautious is advised. Caution is advised. Luckily, I can bait them to my totem setup and kite and attack them from the distance, plus additional healing is going to benefit me in the long run. Yeah, some of those monsters are not willing to come close to my setup. They are trying to attack me from the distance, and instead they are just shooting the environment. For some reason or the other. There's an elite. Waiting for this acid pool to disappear. Alright, let's cross this passage, or lure those monsters to us. I am approaching a boss of this area, but first I do need to clear the unwanted guests. Yeah, you know, it's also a good representative of how you're supposed to control this character in a less than ideal situation. That's the great way to put it. Because with that low, like, resistances towards acid, you do have to, and especially against those annoying guys, have to play a bit cautiously against some of those enemies. Not to say that you cannot complete it, it's just that some map awareness is required. Alright, so the first part has been completed. Let's teleport straight to the... yeah, this place, Flooded Passage. I also am from time to time going to talk about like some aspects of this character, how you're supposed to play with him, what are his strengths and weaknesses, compared to the Dead Knight character that I had previously played, or just in general. Why this ability, why one ability is better than the other, and all of this stuff. So for a new viewer it would be more informative, and it might also influence his decision to create this character over the other. In this place I'm mostly looking for Exalted Stash, as well as its boss, and that's it. Gloves for chaos damage. Yeah, this guy. Usually fight against him takes more than enough time for you to recast or create all of your totems, as well as debuff him. Alright, now that the boss has been defeated, let's go straight for the Exalted Stash.
That skill's not ready.
So initially I was trying, like I was explaining how Conjurer actually has a unique playstyle. What do I mean by it? It's the fact that, well, some of the classes have the ability, or opportunity I should say, like better way to put it, to move from one place to another as soon as they are finished with casting their offensive ability, like most damaging skills and whatnot. With the Conjurer, he is actually a hybrid between two worlds. Well, some of the other classes has to stick on one place to deal damage to enemies. The thing about the Conjurer or any other archetype that are similar to him is that he has both abilities that are not required for you to stay on one place to achieve their maximum effect. Instead, you can move around a bit, kite monsters closer to them or around them. But at the same time, you do also have the Storm Totem plus the Indigo Totem that have a limited range, which means that you cannot run from one screen back to the other, because otherwise you would lose quite a huge chunk of your damage and healing if monsters are going to go away from the area in which your totems are operating. So keeping this in mind, it's kinda hard initially to decide what are your best approach to go for a fight or the other, how effectively you can move around through the battlefield, kite monsters to you, and all of this stuff. Yes, the fact that you have to walk instead of teleporting is actually the thing about teleport. My bad, guys. I should have, to be honest, I am used to play without any of the teleporting abilities, but the thing about this guy and any other casters in particular, you can buy the, I believe, glyphs, which you can attach to your medals, that will allow you to utilize a blink ability or a teleport from one place to another. This is going to be, I assume, especially useful in those situations when you are getting surrounded and you want to avoid getting damage, or either by monsters or by their debuffs which they have created, and you want to swiftly reposition your character to other places. But the thing is that I do not have, first of all, a necessary experience to commentate more on it and advise you to utilize this technique over the others. But I should be trying, I believe it's not negotiable. I should go, if not now, then on the next stream, and try to play around with this teleport ability in mind. This glyph, it's not hard to come by. You will be having quite a lot of them throughout your campaign. It's just that when I had played as a Death Knight, as well as with this character, I was picking out quite few of them that have one movement skill or the other. For example, some of them have charge ability, some of them have blink ability, some of them have blink with damage ability. Like I was saying before, I just used to play without this and rely mostly on how well I'm controlling my character, rather than on some instant teleport. But it's a thing that you should keep in mind, that an option is there if you want to utilize a movement skill, a movement skill, then the option is there.
I can't do that.
I do need to bring those NPCs back to Devil's Crossing. And then go into the cave where those wasps are.
I can't do that yet.
Oh, I can destroy this wall. I thought I need to go all the way around.
That skill's not good.
Yes, you are right, Fried Bacon. I should have mentioned this, sorry. This is the aspect that I had completely slipped my mind. In order for you to get those runes, you do need to have the Forgotten Gods installed. Bought and installed. Once again, sorry for all of those who... Yeah, the runes or glyphs that gives you the ability to teleport. Let me show it to you what I mean. The movement runes, yep. Some of them grant you the charge ability, some of them grant you teleport ability. But this is a mistake from my part. I should, especially as a streamer, I should have mentioned this to viewers. So yeah, those glyphs. As you can see, like, they have a description. Some of them can be used with the shield, some of them can use on their own. Movement, extra movement speed, just teleport with the damage, just teleport. Actually, this is the skill that I do need to craft and utilize if I will not able to see anything with vitality damage. Yeah, but they are required for you to be at level 50. That's the important distinction to use it. I mean, yeah, not all of them, but some of them. Level 50, level 33. Well, the majority of them level 50. Yeah. But like I was saying, I cannot commentate on how effective you can use those abilities. I am sorry, Wukong Odin. I did not add this command to the chat yet. This is why I will do this for sure on the next stream. Just because I usually tend to leave a Grimtools link later on for you to see how this character is going to look like at the level 100. Either on Twitch video on demand description or on the YouTube. But do be warned that starting from next stream, the commands such as I build as well as beginner will be added to the stream chat, so anyone who will be typing build or exclamation mark build or beginners will be receiving certain advices automatically from bot. Once again, sorry for this inconvenience. And also, it's nice to see that you want to utilize this, utilize this character as well. Interesting, but can you apply those glyphs? Like you said that you can use those glyphs from faction vendors. Can they be applicable starting from level 20-ish something? I mean, if you kill Warden, you'll have like level 25 or 24, closer to it, if you clear every area of the campaign. Can he apply those glyphs from this level threshold? Because I hadn't tried it myself. This is why I'm asking other people who have tried this. Alright, let's continue.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, that's actually one thing that I had no idea that you are able to do this. Well, that's an interesting thing that I have encountered day by day when I'm streaming and chatting with the viewers. Even despite having some experience in this game, I am still considered, in some aspects, I still consider myself in some aspects to be a beginner. And some of those things I do not know how are they working and why, so this is one of those things that I have managed to know by one of you guys.
That skill's not ready.
Yes, he was talking about, you are asking the question which town. He was talking about this town, the first town that you will find yourself in. If you go to the Forgotten Gods DLC, you'll be here, Conclave of the Tree. And right there you have, I believe, 3 several factions, Conclave of Dreek, Soleil, and Beastmail. From them, you can search for your glyph, if that's your goal. Right, let's continue. I will start to use those glyphs myself, starting from next stream. Like I was saying, I am just so used to play without them and rely mostly on my controlling abilities. Oh, how well am I controlling this character? But I do think that adding extra option to avoid those dire situations is going to bring more benefit than disadvantages. Especially since I was talking initially, like what happened in the Tomb of Heretic roguelike dungeon when I had completed it on normal difficulty. In the death room there was an instance where my character was surrounded and petrified by some statues as well as elite monsters. And I got out by the skin of my teeth only because this character has an insane amount of healing capabilities. I believe if right then and there I was playing with any of the other character, I was going to die anyway because of how hard I was hitting by those attacks and how many elites were still alive. Luckily, like I was saying, it was a prolonged fight and I was able to heal up as well as debuff them to the point where even though I were standing literally in those pools that were dealing damage to me and those like internal trauma debuff damage plus petrified damage, nothing was able to eventually kill me. And I had managed to persevere. Alright. I believe at level 75 I should have equipped a better piece of equipment, which I had saved from the previous stream. I believe it's actually a pair of an armor pants with the vitality damage, so as soon as I will return to town, I will check their parameters as well as equip them. Okay, let's pick up this quest. And also, like I was saying, at this point, I do not restore any of those devotions, simply because it's a waste of components, and you do need a lot of them, especially on ultimate difficulty, to craft those endgame defensive components, augments, as well as relics.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, let's go for hidden spoils. I should comment more on how do I approach the majority of the fights. Yes, next totem, storm totem, but like I was saying, do not forget to bring with you, like, pick up this important note, corrupted storm, because otherwise you would be dealing lightning damage instead of vitality damage. So in the majority of cases I am using Curse of Frailty before engaging in any fight. The exception would be if I had spotted an elite preemptively, or I know that from Desecrated Shrine several of those elites will pop up. Only then I will go for my totem setup. As soon as I cast my Curse of Frailty, it diminishes monsters' defensive parameters as well as their movement speed, which makes them take more damage from every of my offensive abilities. Right after this, I am going for totem setup, because I need to have my healing up and going, plus the ability to dish out more damage and proc my active constellation called Twin Fangs, which I had attached to the Corrupted Storm Totem. As you can see, this is a perfect example of me trying to preemptively create totem before engaging in a fight. So, right after the totem setup has been created, I am going for Bloody Pox as well as Devouring Swarm. Those two abilities will not only reduce monsters' offensive ability, yes, those two skills not only reduce monsters' offensive ability, but also adds additional healing to my character. And when it comes to Bloody Pox, it also reduces the general health numbers of monsters. This is especially noticeable on those who have higher HP pools, like golems, flesh hulks, you get the point. The tougher targets. And because of the high uptime of Bloody Pox effect plus Devouring Swarm, I decided to... it's a perfect candidate to attach your constellation procs. Like in my case, it's Wendigo Mark on Curse of Frailty, as well as Veil of Rotash on the Devouring Swarm. So this is my... as well, I also recast from time to time the Blood of Drake, just to get extra offensive ability, as well as heal a portion amount of HP back from it or by it. So this is my battle sequence when it comes to how well I am controlling this character and how am I approaching with the majority of battles. Blueprint, I believe if you go straight for the Conclave of the Tree, I mean in this place, you do not have to have a blueprint. Otherwise, you'll be collected on throughout your campaign. You will be collecting certain blueprints that will unlock additional glyphs with other type of effects. So short version, if you will go to Forgotten Gods, the Conclave of the Tree, and buy glyph right there, you're not going to be needing blueprint. Otherwise, if you are looking for specific glyph with certain effect, then yes, you're going to need a blueprint. Right, so Arkovian Undercity.
That skill's not ready.
Let's not forget that this place is dedicated towards completing not only your optional quests, well, 2 of them, but if you had forgotten, this area contains a devotion point as well as some areas, some places that has hidden spoils for you to open up and collect them. You might find here even those chests that require dynamite to open, but well, if this is your playthrough on second difficulty, then yes, you'll have more than enough dynamite. But if this is your first time playing through the game, nothing terrible will happen if you do not have a dynamite with you and you had encountered those chests with chains that require this dynamite to open in the first place. Later on, you can get back and search for those specific chests. You can also make this task easier. How exactly, you might ask? If you want to know an exact, well, specific locations of every treasure, of every chest that you can encounter on the game, on the map, you can utilize the grimtools.com link, and there on the map it has the every possible NPC, every possible quest item that you can encounter, treasure trove, secret passage, so on and so forth. But that's if you want to be as precise as possible and clear every nook and cranny of this game by relying on the on the website help rather than trying to explore for yourself. Okay, some ghosts. Right, so this passage is blocked, which means I need to go to the bottom. I usually first tend to go to the Broken Hills territory and open up a rift point there, and only after doing this, I am going back to the second and third floor of Arkovian Undercity. Thusly, I am saving a bit of extra time of me just going back and forward and going on foot, when you can try to just teleport to a waypoint. Alright, let's lure this boss here. Boss has been defeated. Open up the sarcophagus just to see what lies in it. Nothing useful, okay. Also, do not forget one important tip is that your Curse of Frailty does not have a cooldown, which means that if you are encountering a vast number of monsters, you can practically spam whole group of them with the with several clicks of your button, of your Curse of Frailty effect. But there's an important distinction to, I mean, spam just to help you apply the debuff itself. Do not spam Curse of Frailty to achieve, I mean, to try to and deal damage to monsters, because you will be, instead of letting the effect take full control, you will be just recreating it over and over and over again. Basically, whenever ability has a high uptime, just use it once and reapply it only after the effect has been ran off. Alright, let's clear those archers as well. Yeah, at this point I'm just trying to get as close as possible to make the Nemesis from Arkovian Undead faction appear faster. This is why I am actively searching for even those lesser enemies. I mean, it's still a somewhat long way to go, but every killed enemy is speeding up this process. Whoops. Clicked on the wrong option. Yeah, in this, actually, there is a chance of you to pick up hidden spoils in this tower. I believe I only encountered this once. But still, there is a chance. Okay, so let's continue through the first floor. Yes, by the way, those golems, those bigger golems, they do have a somewhat decent resistance towards vitality damage. It's just that right now I do have with me a lot of defensive reduction abilities, specifically to this damage with the help of active constellations as well as my skills, so it's not that noticeable. But when you are going to be playing as this character with your first playthrough throughout this portion of the game, those golems might take a long time before they will eventually fall down. That's not necessarily because they have a large number of HP, it's because of their defensive towards vitality damage.
Can't do that yet. Can't do that yet.
Yes, I mean,
That skill
characters do have to have certain weaknesses in order for them to improve somehow, so some monsters designed in this game specifically to counteract certain types of damage that your character is able to deal to them. Some have higher counter attacks or counter options, some are not that noticeable. On second difficulty you are not going to be noticing any of those defensive parameters on them. Just because I said you are going to have a high arsenal at your disposal to mitigate their defensive parameters. But on first difficulty, yeah, like this was the thing that I was commenting on when I was leveling this character. Alright, let's clear the left. Once again, sorry for my chatbot. I will reconfigure his options so to avoid getting this inconvenient popping messages that blocks what viewers are trying to say to me. Okay, so the first floor has been cleared. Let's go to the second one. That was weird sound, like right at the entrance, and it sounded like a skeleton with a crossbow is trying to shoot at me. Okay, on this floor I am primarily searching for a boss. Yes, but the thing is that I do not feel that I will be able to do the same on ultimate difficulty. Not necessarily because of the lack of offensive abilities and resistance, but most importantly due to how high damage, how high damage monsters are having on ultimate. Even those undeads and skeletons and regular zombies, the amount of damage that will be dealing to you is insane. I mean, I can give you a comparison. I was wearing, when I was playing a Death Knight character who had way more armor rating, and yes, he had less damage, less healing, but he had way more armor rating, armor in general, as well as he had full legendary Krieg set, plus some good components, yet still I was receiving a heavy hitting attack left and right, especially that was noticeable in roguelike dungeons. I mean, developers were not kidding when they were trying to warn everyone that ultimate is the test of your, not necessarily build in general, but your abilities as well. I mean, there are exceptions, but to this rule, like some of those builds might actually face tank all of the content even on ultimate, like Retaliation Warder and whatnot, but the thing that a lot of people are forgetting is you will first need to have, first of all, a decent understanding of how the game works, and second thing, that you have to have at least good amount of gear for you that is waiting at a certain level threshold. You cannot just create from a get-go a certain character and expect for him to perform as well as he was performing on all 3 difficulties. That's impossible. The thing that I am noticing, yes, about the getting stronger is because, like, it feels like progression. This is actually the chest with chains that I was mentioning earlier. Progression with this character feels way different than, let's say, with the Death Knight, because it feels like with every step that you are taking with the Conjurer, you feel a little bit stronger and even better than before. Unlike Death Knight, who had like ups and not necessarily downs, but then his progress would just stop and a flat line would appear. Perhaps I was doing something wrong with the Death Knight. This might also be a decisive factor, but I do not know how else to explain. It feels different.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Okay, let's sell all of this nonsense. Wait, what? I do have it. No, I don't. Weird. Yeah, so far this is the my third visit to town when I'm selling all of those items that I have collected, and none of them has the Void Harbinger on it. I believe if you are one of those who are playing as a physical character, your best option would be to go for Alaron's Red if you're going for physical / internal trauma. Wild Wolf, Reality, nah. Bad. Also, for anyone who is wondering whether or not shields in this game is good to have with you if you are trying to go for a sword and board build or a ranged weapon, one-handed ranged and the shield. In my opinion, shields in this game is busted. They are all busted. What do I mean by it? Not necessarily because of the armor rating and the chance to block. They are kind of broken because they have a huge chunks of resistances for free, even without having to rely on the top percentage numbers. I believe I had collected one shield that had 50% elemental resistance and 40% chaos resistance, and it wasn't even a end game shield, somewhere closer to end game. Can you imagine, like, that's without components, that's without the magical augments on it. By itself he has, and this shield also had, like, it wasn't a legendary shield, it was I believe it's green one, and it had a good numbers when it comes to direct type of damage that you are dealing, like, there was a fire, I believe, and burn. Can you imagine having 50% elemental resistance like on one item, as well as 50% chaos? 40%, excuse me. Still, it's insanity if you ask me. Okay, my neighbors and their construction work, sorry. I do have to mute a mic for a second. For a minute or two there will be silence. Basically repairs right under my apartment. So I am living on the second floor, and right under us they are doing for months those construction works like repairs and whatnot, and I am constantly hearing from time to time those hammering and drills, and I'm getting so annoyed by it. You have no idea how. And that's me, who, as well as my brother, who we both try to get as high quality as possible, and hearing all of those sounds at stream, that's annoying. Yep. Sorry.
Safe storage, no questions. I'll keep an eye on this.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Okay, let's hope this annoying sound has been gone. Well, we are approaching the end of the stream anyway, but I do not want my viewers to, instead of hearing my voice, they hearing repair sounds all the time. That's not a thing that he's going to be doing. And if it will return, I had to mute. I will have to mute the mic once more. Okay, 1 second. As soon as I will get rid of those elites, I will comment. I will answer your question. Over here, it's 12 o'clock. It's practically the middle of the day. There's a nice list of items to use, but how can I know which difficulty they drop in? Yeah, sure, I will link the current state as well as... I will... Going to leave it in the description anyway, in this video and in the YouTube video later, the current state of my character as well as the stage on which he's going to be at level 100. So how can I know which difficulty they drop in since only at game items? Okay, so the thing is that there is a clear distinction between early game items, mid game items, as well as in the early, mid game, and late game items. Usually, the early game stuff doesn't have a word on it, like it's just going to be written like regular item. The mid game items have a empowered sign on them, like you just see empowered Scorch Rune Leg Warps. This is considered to be as a mid game item. The late game item, instead of empowered, they will directly tell to you mythical Scorch Rune Leg Warps. So this is your go-to distinction between figuring out what's on what parts of the game you actually are. If game grants you more mythical versions of item, then you are approaching end game. This is not necessarily connected with only blue items. This could work even with green ones, with legendaries, with blues. So short version, early game, it would have just said like Scorch Rune Leg Warps early game, mid game empowered, and late game mythical version. I hope this answer was helpful. If something is unclear to you, you can ask even more in chat. I will do my best to answer them. Okay, let's clear the boss. You're welcome. Yeah, the boss has been cleared in a swift fashion. I will not restore the shrine, like I was saying, it's pointless at this thing. No, not necessarily the elite, the mythical version. So, like, let's use my pens once again, for example. If instead of empowered, they will be written like mythical, and it will level requirement requires like level 80 or more, I believe, like from the top of my head to where, then it is considered to be an end game item. Mid game, empowered. Alright, so I cleared this room fully and completed this quest. Let's exit this place, and yeah, I'll go back to town. Okay, guys, on this note, this is going to be it for today's stream. I would like to thank everyone who was watching it, as well as thank everyone who was typing in chat, like asking questions, as well as giving some advices, some things which I hadn't know about. Once again, thank you for this participation. If you had missed other parts of my playthrough and you want to check more of them, be sure to do this on Twitch Video On Demand or on my YouTube channel. The links to it you can find in the description of my Twitch page. Consider to follow us on social links like Facebook and Twitter. There we will update daily the things that are going to happen in this game, the game which I am going to play, or my brother who is streaming Grim Dawn is going to play in the future, as well as news about edited videos that will be posted there. Is a good thing to keep track of. Also, if you are a beginner, I highly recommend you to check, or advanced player, 2 of my edited videos of Grim Dawn, where I was discussed bosses' behavior on different difficulties, as well as their dangerous attacks, what type of early game components, defense you have to have. Yes, he also shared the same Twitch account. We just stream on the different days. So yeah, like defensive parameters that you have to have on different stages of the game, as well as the defensive, like what type of components considered to be better than early game, all of this stuff. Also, if you want to check precise schedule of our stream, whether it be my Grim Dawn stream or my brother's Darkest Dungeon stream, you can check the schedule graph, which can be found once again either on Twitch or on the One second, guys. Excuse me. Okay, sorry for the inconvenience. I had to answer the phone. Should have shut it down. Okay, so he plays Darkest Dungeon, and the precise schedule of the stream you can find on the schedule graph on Twitch channel, social links, or on YouTube channel in the discussion section. Also, if you truly want to support us with something additional, consider checking out the Patreon page that we had made. There you will gain a different perks and rewards based on the amount you wish to pledge to us, as well as you'll get a certain unique stuff that we specifically designed for as a bonus for those who wish us to support, for those who support to wish us through Patreon means. It's completely optional, but still an option is there. Nonetheless, once again, thank you everyone who was watching it. I wish you all the best, and I hope to see you all on the next stream. Take care, guys.